Good morning, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. So this is part 5 of re-examining the Ankerberg show, the King James only debate by Nick Sayers. And so it's quite amazing they call this a debate. And it's quite amazing, I guess, too, that James White hasn't come out and said that this isn't a debate, because it's just simply not. It's basically a conversation with a biased moderator asking questions that are directed toward the outlandish, the insane, the really low hanging fruit type of questions, talking about, and sometimes what happens too, I've noticed, is the questions that come up on the screen are different to what he asks. On the screen it has, does the King James have occultic do modern versions have occultic readings? But when he asked the questions, he said cultic. There is a difference between the occult and cult. And so it does seem like this whole program is basically just designed to, let's just grab a handful of King James guys and make them look as stupid as we possibly can. And it seems to have worked. And I guess one thing that I've really, it's sort of gnawed at me like a dog gnawing on a bone, is when you get involved with this type of material, and I've been involved with this type of material, I guess, now for 25 years, looking into translations, looking into different issues. I was a New King James for a while. I was a New King James guy for a while, saying that the King James had errors in it and all sorts of things. And then came around to a King James position. But what I've realized is people watch these type of programs and they think that this is being Christian. They think that this is being honest. They think that this is how you do apologetics. And unfortunately, people like James White, Dan Wallace, they're leading the way. They're on this program. They're leading the way in a sense where this is obviously a stitch up. The DAC is stacked against the King James position. You've got basically a pastor, an evangelist, and then someone from the Dean Burgon Society against 5 others, or really 6, because the moderator is biased as well. And you've got people like James White, who's worked on Bible translations, Dan Wallace, and like Dan Wallace, I know that he's not, but he is considered one of the greatest text critics alive. You know what I mean? And then he's coming against an evangelist or a pastor, Pastor Joe Chambers, who learned to read when he was 16. You know what I mean? And like he's a good guy. He's got a heart of gold. I saw him this morning on Facebook, still there preaching. He's talking about the deity of Christ or something like that. And I was like, wow, he's still going. He said he's been a Christian for 74 years. But it's like, he's just a pastor. He's like, yes, he might know a thing or two. And actually, some of the things that he says on this program are quite good. But you can tell there is a biased debate happening. So you can't even really call it a debate. It's not like everyone had equal time. And unfortunately, what's happened is people who are coming up through the ranks, you people like, Wes Half or, Mark Ward, they've learned from all this stuff. They've watched these debates and they've gone, oh, that's a clever way to make King James onlyists look stupid. And so oftentimes I'll be online and I just see this type of thing. And it's like, why can't, I thought you guys were Christians. I thought you guys, because I came out of atheism. I didn't grow up in church, Sunday school, just lying to your mum and dad and sneaking out and doing things and, all this sort of stuff. I didn't grow up like that. So when I joined the church, I was shocked at the amount of hypocrisy among churchy people. I was like, what are you doing? Are you a Christian or you're not? Are you going to play games with your life? Or, it's pretty full on. And because I came out of darkness into light, and then when you jump into this arena, you just see this type of tactic, this apologetic coming from people like James White and Dan Wallace and Mark Ward and all the rest. And you just left there shaking your head going, man, these people simply are not interested in truth, or they're not really interested in steel manning someone's position. And so even I'll just show you an example. This morning, I jumped online and I saw this. Okay. So this is Jonathan Burris. Use the KJV only, or you are going to hell. More KJV nonsense. So obviously, it's complete, clickbait. He looks like he's just lost his mind. It's exploding. And people like, yeah, like a whole bunch of dudes are just like, yeah, that's so true. But when you listen to what he's saying, he actually has a big dig at me at the beginning of it. Let's just jump on here. Let's just listen to this for a sec. So, but the thing is, just think about it. Coming from my perspective, I get called a King James only cultist all the time. These guys call me Ruckmanite all the time. Mark Ward will say that the first thing James White ever said to me was I was a Ruckmanite. And I just, that they just want to demonize everyone who's not from their position. They refuse to look in their own backyard and critique Carlo Martini, even Metzger. They don't even critique the guy. They just, Metzger's commentary, it's great. If you were to ask him and say, what's the best book on textual criticism? Metzger's commentary and Bart Ehrman, and, and so what you see is these guys will just turn around at a whim and say that you're in a cult. I don't know many people who are in a cult who are going to heaven. You know what I mean? When I was growing up in Christianity, if I met someone who was in a cult, it was like a Jehovah's Witness or a Mormon, and I used to talk to anyone. Some church people were like, don't talk to religious people, don't waste your time. But I always wanted to talk to them, find out where they were coming from, and find out their beliefs, and then study the Word of God and see where they're wrong. And so I'd run into Mormons, run into Jehovah's, run into Roman Catholics, and these were considered cults. And cults in a sense where they're going to go to hell. They don't believe the true gospel. Okay. So in this video, he's basically saying, and there are people out there who say, read the King James or go to hell. Okay. And that's ridiculous. But there are people who say, if you don't believe in a pre-trib rapture, you're going to hell. If you don't believe in, I've heard people say, if you're a woman and you get your hair cut short, you're going to miss the rapture, and so you're not saved. Saved people are going to go on a rapture, and this type of thing. I've heard that sort of nonsense, ridiculous stuff. It's everywhere, and it's in lots of different places. It's in places where there's King James stuff. It's in places where there's not King James stuff. Weird, strange things. But because these guys have a barrow against the King James defense position, they just want to grab something that's low-hanging fruit, and they want to associate you with it. So it's a bit like me saying, oh, well, you Americans, you Americans allow all these abortions. Why do you American, and I'm sure there's plenty of Americans watching this now going, hey, I don't support abortion. You know what I mean? But just to generalize like that is just simply dishonest. It's slanderous. And so let's listen to what Burris says. And he mentions me. That's why I'm showing it. And as if I'm doing some sort of sin by doing long videos. I mean, there are people out there who do just as long. Sometimes I'll just see someone like Mike Winger, who I don't usually watch that much, but he'll just do like a 3-hour video. Is Burris going to talk about him? Anyway, let's see what he's got to say. Okay, so I've got no reason to not think that that's true. But look at the other side of the coin. Everyone who, if you read the King James, if you look at the 5 types of King James onlyists in the beginning of James White's book, it's grandma sitting on the couch. It's majority text people like James Snap Jr., like Dwayne Green. What do they have to do with the King James? Nothing. But that most of them they don't even use the King James as their main Bible. So they are King James onlyists as well, according to James White's weird category system. Then you've got Textus Receptus only people, and that's not me. That can be people who are TR only in a sense where they hate the King James. I get people all the time saying, well, what about the word church? It's wrong. What about the word Easter? It's wrong. What about this word? They hate King James readings, but they're Textus Receptus people. How can they be King James people? So the first 3 are just ridiculous categories. Then he talks about people who follow the traditional text, the Textus Receptus, and they prefer the King James. But then you got the people who believe in like a secondary inspiration, and they believe that God re-inspired the Bible. Okay, so I would fall into the camp where I believe the Masoretic text and the Textus Receptus are the words of God. The King James translation is perfectly translated from those 2. Having 60 really, really good scholars who worked really, really hard, they did a perfect job on that. And so it's not like an impossible task. They were able to bring across every word and translate them faithfully into English. And so thus we have the words of God equal to the originals in a sense where there's no re-inspiration, but the inspiration is carried through from the originals all the way through the original words that are brought in manuscript form to the day of printing. Then those printed words are brought through to the King James, and they're able to translate them accurately. And thus we have the Word of God today in our lap. Ruckman, he did believe in a secondary inspiration. I know some people say he didn't, but just look at 1 John chapter 2, verse 23, where the italicized words there, he believed that the King James translators put those words in, but later found manuscript evidence that backed it up, that they didn't have any evidence for it. So that would be like an automatic writing sort of thing. It's just ridiculous because Beza in his 1598 has it there. He has it there in his Latin translation next to the Greek of 1598. He has it there without any italic or anything. And so the King James guys, they just, in their translation, they put it in italic to let people know that earlier English Bibles didn't have that reading. And so they wanted people to know that, hey, here it is in italics so that you can know that in earlier editions, this wasn't there in like Tyndale's and the Great Bible, etc. So here we have Jonathan Burris. He will say that I'm in a cult. All of those people who I just mentioned, those 5 categories, are all King James onlyist. So any time of day that Jonathan Burris wakes up, or Dan Wallace wakes up, or James White, they can at any time of day they can just make a pronouncement that I'm in a cult. And Mark Ward's done it plenty of times. I'm a cultist, and so a cultist is someone who's not saved. They're constantly saying I'm not a Christian, but they say it. I call this passive aggressive. It's like, well, Nick, he's in a cult, and James White would say that I'm dangerous, all this sort of stuff. In my Revelation 16:5 book, I documented every time he would slander me, and even to my family, not Christian, I was showing them what he was saying, and they're like, does he even know you? How can he say these personal things about you, slandering you, saying that you're not this and you're not that and you're desperate and you're all this sort of stuff? And it's like, how can he say that? Well, I thought Christians were supposed to be people of truth. And I'm like, yeah, I know, it's sad. I said it's like when I'm exposing Benny Hinn, or I'm exposing Kenneth Copeland and all these other ridiculous people in so-called Christianity. On the flip side, you've got all these apologists who are just absolute jerks, who will just lie about you, slander you, say whatever they want about you, and they think that that's doing apologetics. And even unsaved people who know me would like, this guy's being a jerk, you know. And so let's listen to what Barra says. Okay, so he's saying, I'm going to make a 5-hour response video to this. It seems to be a bee in his bonnet that I do long videos. The only reason I do long videos is because I'm such a busy person that if I want to get all that I want to say across, I have to do it in one big chunk. I don't have the ability to just, do an hour-long video on a Tuesday, another one on a Thursday, another one on the weekend or whatever. I have to do big chunks. And the thing is, too, I don't have the time to sit down and edit everything. I'm sure that Jonathan Burris, this is a 10-minute video. He probably wrote this out, scripted it, and he probably spent, an hour, 2 hours on this. But because I don't do that, I just jump on, do it live, and just hope that everyone gets it and it's not too long-winded. I mean, it's probably a fault, but it's like, he's always whenever he's saying stuff, making out that it's a really bad thing. When I was critiquing his Septuagint series, he was like, oh, he's making all these long videos, and like it was just, I was dabbling into the occult by doing that. It's quite ridiculous. But listen to what he says. This is apparently my job. Can you believe this? I mean, like the absolute ignorance of that statement. Has he ever gone through a thread where someone said this, where people are like, hey, this guy's not saved because he doesn't read the King James or whatever, and I'm there saying, no, we're saved by Jesus. You're not saved because you read a Bible. There are plenty of religious weirdos and morons who walk around with the King James. Just as many as walk around with the NIV or walk around with other, people, even like someone like Will Kinney, when I've interviewed him on this program, he said, no, you are saved because of Jesus Christ. You're not saved because you read the King James. Many modern version readers are saved. I don't think I've ever had anyone on this program who believes in the opposite. And so, but he's brought up my name. Then he's saying that we have to police these other people who are going around saying stuff. And I think the thing is, sometimes on Facebook, like I always try and give the benefit of the doubt, like maybe he's looked on some Facebook group and he's seen someone saying something and he's got all shirty about it. And then he's jumped onto another group and he's seen someone else say something. He's like, why don't people talk about this? Well, I've talked about it a lot. And there are things that get said that, because these guys just generalize. Oh, there's Grandma on the couch. She's a King James onlyist. There's a Ruckmanite. Oh, they're a King James. They're a cultist. Oh, your grandma's a cultist. Your Nick said he's a cultist too. So he should be policing this, sort of thing. And it's like, no. I don't have affiliation with anyone. And even people who I've interviewed on this channel, I've interviewed people who are unsaved Jews. I've interviewed people who are critical text people. I've interviewed majority text people. I've interviewed people who I don't really even like. You know what I mean? And who on almost every other topic would be at loggerheads. They believe in Calvinism. I'm not a Calvinist. They don't believe in the same eschatology. And we could have debates till the cows come home on those issues. But apparently I've got to police these people. Or not even them, because they're not saying it. It's these other people. who I don't know. He doesn't provide the proof. He doesn't show where they, who exactly is saying this. It's just a vague thing. There are King James only people who are saying this. It's like me saying, okay, there are Baptist people who are protesting funerals. Why doesn't Jonathan Burris, being a Baptist, go and rebuke these people? Whenever they're doing it, why isn't he standing there? I've never seen Jonathan Burris go and follow these people up and say, hey, what you're doing is wrong. Why isn't he? It's ridiculous. Why would I expect that he has to do that just because he's labeled me, put me into a certain group of people and said, that's your group. And then in that group, they're not even saying what he's saying, but apparently other people are saying this sort of stuff who I don't really associate with. They're not saved because they don't read the King James. They're not saved because they're not Ruckmanites or whatever. And I've got to police that. So just listen to this. Like, listen to how it comes out.
In some of the groups of my content,
I thought I'll read the comments. No audio. All right, let's fix that. I'll try and scrub that from the. All right, let's go back through. Okay, sorry, I'm having problems here. Let's try that again.
Where a king use the King James only, or you're going to hell. I can't tell you how many times I've been told that I'm unsaved because I do not exclusively use the King James Version.
Okay, so everything I just said, just remember it and listen through to what he says now. It'll probably hit you even more.
The misuse and the outright abuse of John 10:27, my sheep hear my voice, in order to make that about a particular translation of the Bible is absolutely horrific and it is shameful. I'm actually making this video because a couple reached out to me earlier this week about this very subject. They found themselves in a church where the pastor was preaching from the King James Version, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. But sometimes things come up like it did with them, and their salvation was questioned when it was discovered that they also used a modern translation along beside their King James Version. I hear this often. In some of the groups that my content gets posted in, on social media, I get told often that I am hellbound for using modern versions. Now, before a particular person in Australia does his typical 5-hour response video to this one, I want to make it clear. Most King James Version onlyists reject this view. But I will also add that while they reject it, I can't give you one example where a King James Version onlyist has actually stood up and stepped in and told one of these rabid individuals who do make the King James Version a salvific issue that they are wrong. To those who think I'm exaggerating, show me. I'll be happy to give a shout out to that King James Version onlyist who will rebuke his own. So what happens when the King James Version is elevated to a salvific?
Okay, so sorry about all the audio issues. I thought I fixed it. Then I went back and realized there was another button I hadn't clicked. I clicked that one and it didn't click off. And so I did it twice. So that was pretty annoying. Hopefully you heard all that he just said there. So basically he's just sort of brought this topic up. Someone's contacted him and said, we're in a church. They said we're going to hell because we're using a modern Bible. And I've got no doubt that happens in some places. There are all sorts of weird things happening everywhere. There are churches that say if you don't speak in tongues, you're not going to heaven. You're going to hell, and all. If you're not water baptized, you're not saved, and there's all sorts of weird stuff going on. So he's basically called me out and said, Nick says is going to do a 5-hour-long video exposing this video, saying, oh well, that's not the majority of King James only people. But like I said earlier, the categories of King James only, the 5 types that James White talks about, it's quite a ridiculous category. And he makes category errors. And so apparently I'm supposed to be policing everyone. I'm supposed to be rebuking the Ruckmanites. I'm supposed to be telling people, hey, don't tell people that they're going to hell because they don't read the King James. I'm supposed to be standing up to these people. So he's making out that I need to be doing that, and that no one has really ever done this before. No one has really ever stood up against these lunatics who are saying, hey, if you don't read the King James, you're not going to heaven, And I'm just like, man, have you ever read anything on the Textus Receptus Academy? There are people who are jerks. There's the King James only and King James ugly. There are people like that. There are people like if you started a group on water baptism, there'll be people who jump on there and say, well, you have to be water baptized or you're not saved. And it's like, what do you do with that? You just go, oh no, that's not true, or you just delete the comment or whatever. Now I've got 7,000 people on the Textus Receptus Academy side. I can't even police just the amount of comments that are coming up on threads. Sometimes I get involved, sometimes I don't, and I do have a life, but at the end of the day, most of the content is to do with, should this verse be in, should this verse be out, in a sense where we're not reconstructing a Bible, so we believe that the Textus Receptus is accurate, the Masoretic text is correct, and the King James is a perfect rendition of both. So we're coming from that defense point, and we make that very clear. If someone jumps on there and says, hey, you're not saved because you don't read the King James, it's not really it's like I do stand up against these people, but it's not my job to go around the internet stopping people saying this. You know what I mean? I could go around and stop, like people say that if you don't believe in the correct eschatology, you're going to hell. And so if you don't believe, pre-trib rapture or whatever, you're going to go to hell. I've listened to, what's his name, Brian Dellinger, and he basically, his criteria for the last days scenario, it put me in hell like 4 or 5 times. There were like 20 different criteria that he had. And he said, if you don't believe us, you're going to hell. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess I'm going to hell then. And I'm pre-trib and he's pre-trib. So that's the thing. It's like this is not just a King James issue. But I don't go around policing everyone. I don't feel like I'm, a spokesperson for every pre-tribber out there. There are pre-tribbers who have got such weird eschatology. It's like they're on mushrooms. Other people are condemning everyone to hell, and it's like I do make a stand where I can, but it's like I said, it's not. I wouldn't expect Jonathan Burrows to have to go around to every Baptist group and correct them, because there are Baptists out there who are weird, who are psychos, who picket funerals and do all sorts of weird things. And I wouldn't put him in that group because I'm a Christian. I don't slander people like that. But see, they have been, like someone like Burris has been trained. He's been brainwashed to think that I'm a King James onlyist. And let me just point this out. Like, this is not just my own paranoia. I will jump onto, did I have Facebook open? No, I didn't. I'll jump onto Facebook. And so I'm not sure if Burris made this or maybe Joseph Armstrong did, but it's like, look at this Burris guy wrongly stereotyping us KJV only people. Welp, time to make a 5-hour stream about how I'm not King James only. You know what I mean? Like, they want me to wear this label. And this is slander. And I call out Joseph Armstrong, you are a slanderer. And you are not being honest with data. You're not being honest with facts. And I just don't know what to do with you anymore. So I've just sort of moved away from you because, you know, we see Burris's comments here. Well, actually, Burris jumped on there and said something. Oh, no, he just liked it. That's right. So Jonathan Burris has laughed at that and liked it. But obviously, this is dealing with me. And this is dealing with the label King James only, which is a slander term. It's just, hey, you guys, you guys are just King James only. You guys are Ruckmanites. Yeah, this type of thing. Why on earth isn't Burris stopping Mark Ward from calling me a Ruckmanite? Why isn't he stopping James White from calling me a Ruckmanite? Obviously, I'm not a Ruckmanite. But why then he's got this amazing standard on me that I have to go around policing everyone for saying that, you know, people aren't saved for reading the King James. And so Jonathan Chaney says, it's a 5-hour stream about how the KJV is the only one that's right and how I'm not KJV only. But the thing is, I advocate for multiple language Bibles. I've worked on Bible translation into Urdu, into Khmer, the Cambodian language. I have on my shelf the King James New Pella Testament, Papua New Guinea Bible. So I'm into all that. And so if it's accurate to the Textus Receptus and the Masoretic text, it by default becomes the same as the King James. And so, but you guys are labeling King James only. What you're doing is you're slandering people. And, you know, I'm just not going to, I'm going to call you guys out and say you guys are religious. You guys have a religious spirit that just attacks people, because I've gone over and over and over these issues, showing people that I'm simply not. I have nothing to do with Anderson. I have nothing to do with Ruckman. I have nothing to do with Gail Ripplinger. But what happens is people come along and they just say, "Oh, you're a Ripplinger, right? You're an Anderson," and that's slander. It's just complete slander. And so I would just say to Jonathan Burris, and he predicted that I would do this. Obviously, he's brought up my name, because the thing is, I wrote here, hey, if I was some religious guy who couldn't answer his critics, I would mock them and make memes about them also. Because it's like, what do you say to some religious dude who's just on there putting you in the same category as Ruckman? Or the first article I ever wrote in 2005 about Easter, the first paragraph I say I am not a Ruckmanite. And because I'm not. But then James White said, when I showed him that article, he said I was a Ruckmanite straight away. So he obviously didn't read it. And it just amazes me, this type of thing. So
I am hellbound for using modern versions. Now, before a particular person in Australia does his typical 5-hour response video to this one, I want to make it clear. Most King James Version onlyists reject this view. But I will also add that while they reject it, I can't give you one example where a King James Version onlyist has actually stood up and stepped in and told one of these rabid individuals who do make the King James Version a salvific issue that they are wrong. To those who think I'm exaggerating, show me. I'll be happy to give a shout out to that King James Version onlyist.
I mean, I could probably find 1,000 places. You know what I mean? Like, Jonathan Burris just doesn't know much, and he's just making statements from his own ignorance. I don't know where he lives in the United States, whether he has a big network of friends or whatever, but it's like, it just seems so narrow what he's saying right now. You know what I mean? But anyway, I'm going to move on to the Ankerberg issue. But I just saw it was sort of like, well, why are you bringing me into this, dude? And why are you saying that I have to police every type of weirdo out there? And why don't you police your own weirdos? Why don't you do a video on George Van Smith, who helped create the critical text? Why don't you do a video on Carlo Martini? You know, the people that got instrumental in creating the critical text. Why don't you do videos on people who are toxic in the academy? Why don't you do a video on Tommy Wasserman and how he doesn't believe in hell? You do one on that. Like, you're promoting this text. Tommy Wasserman, the reading of Jesus in Jude 1:5, which Burris would say, yeah, that's the word of God because he's following the critical text now. That's from Tommy Wasserman, who doesn't believe in hell. So why don't you do videos on them? And so this is the thing. He wants me to go around policing everyone for having a weird opinion. And it's like, he's the people who he is actually defending by saying, hey, it's a bit like if I was to work for Kraft cheese or something, and I'm a salesman for Kraft cheese. Well, obviously, if they're putting chemicals into the cheese or whatever, it's like, I need to examine that and think about it. But they won't even turn around and look at their own backyard because they know it's filled with filth. It's filled with heresy. These heretics who are in their camp, if we're going to play the camp game, are 10 times more heretical than even a Ruckmanite or a Ripplingerite or whatever, a Gippite. And so, and I've often said this, if you had one opportunity to preach to all your friends and family, would you get someone like Sam Gipp or Gail Ripplinger or Peter Ruckman? Or would you get Carlo Martini? Or would you get George Van Smith? Would you get a Bart Ehrman type like a Metzger? Would they even know the gospel? That's the thing. It's like the worst apologists on our side. Apparently, we're Siamese twins with all these other people. The worst apologists on our side are way, way better than the people who are making their Greek Bibles. So this is the thing. This is what he needs to have a good look in his own backyard and examine himself. All right, so we're starting at the 50-minute mark here. And let's go through this.
Our orthodoxy is to be measured. When here we have what's obviously an error in the TR, just not due to any malice of forethought, but just an error in the TR. How can you defend that as being the final authority?
A question has been asked about Revelation 14:1, and Sam, we need you to pick that up right there.
All right, one of the things that Jim said was that it was the King James reading as it is in a very small minority, correct?
Extremely small, very late ministers, yes.
That is why I don't stake my hope on the Textus Receptus. I can give you an example. Luke.
And so here you've got two people. Now, I would agree with Joe Chambers' position. Joe Chambers' position is one where he believes in the Masoretic text of the Hebrew, the Textus Receptus Greek, were both faithfully translated into the King James. And so thus we have an excellent version of the Bible in the King James that matches up with those original languages. But here's Sam Gipp. And Sam Gipp, usually what I find is Ruckmanites are very vague about Greek and Hebrew concepts, because oftentimes they will say, don't bother with Greek, don't bother with Hebrew, don't learn these things. I've always learned the Greek. I've always learned Hebrew. I've done Hebrew classes. I've, over the years, transcribed many documents from Greek into English, looking like defending the King James, basically, going through, at the moment, I'm going through a lot of papyri. I'm going through a lot of manuscripts to do with the Communihennium, making sure that they're saying what historians have said, and oftentimes they're not. They're saying different things, or translating further on. You go further on, if it's in a commentary, looking at the words before and after, and sometimes that can shed light on what's being said. But you've got someone like Sam Gipp. He's basically like English only. We don't, and look, for the average Joe, you don't need to do what I'm doing. You don't need to learn Hebrew, Greek. You don't need to understand all these things. But for someone who is going to pop their head up and be an apologist for the King James, to really say that they don't follow the Textus Receptus is to be ignorant of what the Textus Receptus is. That is to think that the Textus Receptus is at loggerheads with the King James, which it isn't. They're akin. And that's why you see Joe Chambers looking at him going, what are you talking? What cringy thing are you going to say next? And so let's just rewind it a tiny bit, and we'll jump back into that.
Chapter 14, I don't stake my hope on the Textus Receptus. I can give you an example. Luke chapter 14, verse 5, it says, if a man have an ass or an ox and they fall into a ditch on the Sabbath, will he not straightway pull it out? NIV, New American Standard, both say if a man have a son or an ox and they fall in a ditch. And the son, that reading is TR. The King James in that point follows, I believe it's Aleph.
Okay, so he's made a really big blunder here. I'm pretty certain of that. Okay, so
NIV, New American Standard, both say if a man have a son.
Okay, let's just jump back to.
Don't stake my hope on the Textus Receptus. I can give you an example. Luke chapter 14, verse 5, it says, if a man have an ass or an ox and they fall into a ditch on the Sabbath, will he not straightway pull it out? NIV, New American Standard, both say if a man have a son or an ox and they fall in a ditch. And the son, that reading is TR. The King James in that point follows, I believe it's Aleph. What I'm saying, I believe when the King
James follows Aleph. Okay. All right. Best place to go to is probably Bible Hub, because you can see, the translations all lined up together. So we have the King James. So, which of you shall have an ass or an ox fallen into a pit? Okay, so that's the issue. New King James, which of you having a donkey or an ox has fallen into a pit? Watches beeping left, right, and center. And so they're saying the same thing. A donkey or an ass, it's the same thing. Okay. So let's look at the modern versions. ESV are having a son or an ox. Okay. So we can see the difference there. The NIV having a child or an ox. All right. So I can't see exactly what Sam Gipp's trying to get at, but we want to make sure that we get what he's saying. We don't want to put words into his mouth. I don't want to assume that he's a dummy straight away, because that's my default, is like, here we go, someone's going to say something really cringeworthy. Okay, so we see weos, a and buos, a son or an ox. Okay, so let's check these out. So we look at, say, Scriveners. Okay, so it doesn't have weos here, where the weos is up in Westcott and Hort's one here. but it clearly is eumon. Actually, that's Tischendorf, sorry. Eumon onos, a boos. So a donkey or an ox, where the other one has a son or an ox. Okay, so onos and bous. Onos and bous. Okay, so he's saying it comes from Aleph. Now, I guess the thing is, this doesn't really show manuscript evidence or anything like that, but that would be anachronistic. Now, I've got to make sure he said that, so I don't want to put words into his mouth. So let's just go back. Let's just make sure. Now, maybe you guys can help me here too. I'll turn it up a little bit, and we'll just go through this section.
I don't stake my hope on the Textus Receptus. I can give you an example. Luke chapter 14, verse 5, it says, if a man have an ass or an ox and they fall into a ditch on the Sabbath, will he not straightway pull it out? NIV, New American Standard, both say if a man have a son or an ox and they fall in a ditch. And the son, that reading is TR.
Okay, so the son is TR. Yep, that's correct.
The King James in that point follows, I believe it's Aleph.
The King James at that point follows Aleph. I mean, the Sinaiticus manuscript wasn't found until 1844. This is ridiculous, So, but let's just assume that he meant, Vaticanus. So maybe what I'll do is I'll go to Luke 14 and textual variants. So 14 textual variants. And sometimes Wikipedia just has lists of these that we can look at. Let's textual variants in Luke, and we're at number 14. Okay, yes, so here we are. So onos, ox is in Aleph. Okay, Vaticanus has son as well. Okay, so Vaticanus has son. Aleph has ox. So let's just assume, let's give him the benefit of the doubt that he meant Vaticanus, says Weos. Okay, let's see what else he says.
What I'm saying, I believe when the King James translator sat in that room, not inspiration, because inspiration would have been starting with a blank sheet of paper, but I believe God led them to put in this book exactly what he wanted. And if he did that by letting them do it by one reading of one manuscript, I have no problem with it.
That was a blank miss.
I mean, I would laugh at that point as well. It's like, it's so bad. I mean, it just shows you the ignorance. And this is one of the things where when people get into Ruckmanism, like Sam Gibbs sort of stuff, usually it's cringy like this. It's just wrong. It's just like he doesn't follow the TR, he said. He doesn't like the Textus Receptus. He gives this as an example, and he says the son, and I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt here. Okay, so he's saying wasn't in Vaticanus. Sorry, it is in Vaticanus, but it's not in Aleph. And he says the King James follows Aleph here. Well, it doesn't. It follows Vaticanus, but let's give him the benefit of the doubt. But why would that matter? It's in the Textus Receptus. And so let's have a quick look. Maybe we can find something a little bit more scholarly that gives us some manuscript. Greek. Maybe, okay, Scion of Zion. Now, It's not the most scholarly place, like probably better than something like Sam Gipp, but this guy was from the Dean Burgon Society, Ken Matto. Now he's passed away now, but his website is still up. But usually he has the manuscripts down below. So so we have what he would call corrupted manuscripts, P45, P75, Alexandrinus, Vaticanus, etc. Have a corruption there. Manuscripts which agree with the Textus Receptus, Aleph, Sinaiticus, KLX. So there's all these other ones. But I'm at a bit of a loss as to why he would say that this is, that the King James followed Aleph there. Like they're following the Textus Receptus there. It doesn't matter if it's in Aleph. You know what I mean? I mean, if I made a satanic Bible with a verse in it and it had John 3:16, it doesn't mean that affects that. It's in the Textus Receptus. Okay, so let's have a quick look here. So it has as. Okay, so maybe I'm seeing something wrong here. Okay. I'll just check the chat. It's interesting. KJV people know how to get saved. They're not bothered by what people say. It's interesting, isn't it? If I was using texts that were proven to be contradicting and sectarian, I would be nervous too. So yeah, it's quite a confusing thing that Sam Gipp's brought up. And then he's almost making out that they, every now and then, they just added something from a weird manuscript. But it's like these manuscripts are in agreement with the TR. And, as I mentioned, this is like, probably the lowest hanging fruit of the Dean Burgon Society. Usually Dean Burgon Society guys would have, Jack Mormon and others, they would have lots and lots of information. Now, I'm not saying that this is even wrong, but sometimes I have found on the Sky Zion website some stuff and I'm like, actually, I don't agree with that. It's a little bit weird. But maybe I can go elsewhere. Let's see what else is out there. Okay, the ETC blog has a little bit written on this. Okay, so that's P75. They're just going to talk about the critical text there. Okay, text note by Jeff Riddle. That would be interesting. Okay, Luke 14:5. Okay, and he answered them saying, and he said to them. Okay, so that's actually a different one. Okay, then we have the as and the son thing. So let's look at that. Second and most significant and more complicated is whether or not the text should read as, onos, or son, weos. The Textus Receptus reads as the modern critical text reads son. Interestingly, the Byzantine text also reads son. Okay. So this is where I think Sam Gipp's getting it wrong. He's conflating the majority text or the Byzantine text with the Textus Receptus. And a lot of people have done this. In the 1980s, people came along and said, hey, here's the majority text. And for years, the Textus Receptus was called the majority text because you had the minority text of Westcott and Hort. So you had the majority text, the opposite was the TR. But then they've got this other group, the Byzantine text or the majority text. And so it's different from the TR. So then that's where confusion can come in. So some people think Textus Receptus equals the printed majority text of the 1980s, where it simply just doesn't. There's like 1,800 differences. And that's just caused confusion. And I would say that Sam Gipp is completely confused about this. But it's understandable. Okay, so I'm just trying to get into his mindset. Jeff Riddle continues, the difference is reflected in modern translations emphasis added, and so we've gone into that, an ass or an ox, or a son or an ox. External evidence. The reading of a Textus Receptus is supported by Sinaiticus KL, C, Family 1, Family 13, and others. The reading of the majority text in this case is followed by the majority critical text. The modern critical text, is supported by P45, P75, Vaticanus W, and the vast majority of Byzantine manuscripts. Codex D reads probaton, which is sheep. This is another example of lack of agreement between Sinaiticus and Vaticanus. The internal evidence, Metzger says the older reading preserved in the manuscripts seems to be Weos e Bus. He adds that because so that's son or ox, the collocation of the two words appears to be incongruous. Copyist altered either the word son harmonizing with Luke 13:15 or sheep harmonizing with Matthew 12:11. He notes that several witnesses, Theta 2174 and Syriac C, conflate all three words, son, ass, sheep. The alleged harmonization with Matthew 12:11, however, seems somewhat overblown since it's only cited in manuscript D, which reads probaton. Okay. So, actually, I'll finish reading through this. One might easily see how confusion could emerge between the words onos and weos, which both end in the typical second declension masculine nominative singular reading os. The key question, which reading makes the most sense within context, Jesus is castigating the Pharisees who forbade healing on the Sabbath as a form of medical work. So he goes into all that, and it's an argument for the TR. But what we're really looking at is Sam Gibbs doesn't seem to know the difference between the Textus Receptus and the majority text. So he is saying the King James follows Aleph. Okay, so that's where I would say, okay, well, that's anachronistic because 1611 and 1844, there's a long space between that. But I'm trying not to demonize him, but I'm trying to get what he's saying. So it makes more sense to think that he believes the Textus Receptus is the majority text. So the majority text here has a different reading. There are times when the Textus Receptus has a minority reading. Now let's listen to what he said again. Okay, let's go through this with those little bits of information in mind.
That up right there.
All right, one of the things that Jim said was that it was the King James reading as it is in a very small minority, correct?
Extremely small, very late manuscripts, yes.
That is why I don't stake my hope on the Textus Receptus. I can give you an example. Luke chapter 14, verse 5, it says, if a man have an ass or an ox and they fall into a ditch on the Sabbath, will he not straightway pull it out? NIV, New American Standard, both say if a man have a son or an ox and they fall in a ditch. And the son, that reading is TR. The King James in that point follows, I believe it's Aleph.
Okay, so that's where he's getting it wrong. He's saying that this word son is a TR reading, okay? And it is simply not a TR reading. So even just on, onos is the TR reading. Son is the majority text reading and the critical text reading. So that's where he's sort of thrown me off, but he's thrown himself off as well. He's assuming that a majority, the Textus Receptus is always going to be a majority reading, which is not. That's just some rule that someone made up somewhere. It's like, oh, you have to have this many and that, then it equals the TR. Or they'll say the Textus Receptus is based on the majority text. So people in their mind go, oh, so it's a majority count reading that equals the Textus Receptus. Those things are just false. The issue is the Textus Receptus used to be labeled majority text. It was also called the Greek Vulgate. It was also called the Constantinopolitan text. There's many different ways, like the received text. There's many different ways of describing the Textus Receptus. Majority text used to be one of them. Now that's in book form and it's different to the TR, so it's something else. It's like you can't say like the Message Bible is the same as I preached the message this morning. They're not the same. I'm preaching the message of the gospel. It doesn't mean I'm preaching from the Message Bible. If you've got the majority text in the 1980s printed, it's not the same as the Textus Receptus in the time of Westcott and Hort being called the majority text back then. And so there's all sorts of problems with that. And what's actually exacerbated the problem is the Dean Burgon Society. They're saying we're going with the Textus Receptus, but they're actually, Dean Burgon advocated for the traditional text, which is the puppy feet of the majority text in the 1980s. So he didn't advocate for the Textus Receptus. He actually said it needed correction. So this is where it gets confusing, because someone like D.A. Waite, Dean Burgon Society, they're like, we follow Dean Burgon, and it's the whole society is named after Dean Burgon. But ultimately, they are not advocating. They are advocating for the TR, but Burgon wasn't. And so it's like they shouldn't have named it the Dean Burgon Society. They should have named it Textus Receptus Society or something like that. It would have been way better. But more light has come on that. I've gone through lots of this stuff and had to figure all this out, and majority text and Byzantine text and traditional text and Constantinopolitan text and the Greek Vulgate, and what are all these things? And then once you got them in their correct categories, it's like, but you can understand why someone like Sam Gipp has made an error here. So let's continue.
What I'm saying, I believe when the King James translator sat in that room, not inspiration, because inspiration would have been starting with a blank sheet of paper, but I believe God led them to put in this book exactly what he wanted. And if he did that by letting them do it by one reading of one manuscript, I have no problem with it.
Okay, so, and that, what he just said there, it can sound ridiculous, but it's actually exactly what critical text people do as well. Because sometimes critical text advocates will, like, say the last 12 verses of Mark, only 2 manuscripts want to delete those. Like 99.99% of all manuscripts have the last 12 verses of Mark. 2 don't, Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. So they got 2 manuscripts. And so he's saying, okay, at times, if it's 1 manuscript, I'm fine with that sort of thing. Now, I would say that probably Sam Gipp, like the issue is extant manuscripts we have in our hands is probably like 1% of all the manuscripts we've ever had. So, obviously that's going to be, favorable to certain locations and dry locations in the desert and the sands of Egypt, all that sort of stuff. Or it's going to be, the majority text, which is in Byzantium, Mount Athos. They've got scriptoriums, they're pumping these things out. So it just becomes whatever's the most popular, but that doesn't mean it's the correct reading. If you have a math book and it's the most popular in America, if it has 1 + 1 = 3, well, everyone knows it's wrong, So there are places in the Byzantine tradition where we can see things that are wrong. It's just clearly like just an error. And these are things that, Erasmus, Stephanus Beza, the King James guys, they knew textual criticism of their day, believing textual criticism. They knew and understood the languages fluently, and so they were able to recognize these type of things by looking at the early church writers, by looking at the Latin. So the 3 in the closed class of witnesses, we have the Greek, we have the Latin, and we have the early church writers. The Greek corrects the Latin polishes the Greek, but both are guided by the writings of the early church. And so that's within the closed class of witnesses. They're the witnesses that were used by Erasmus, Stephanus Beza, etc. But we see outside of that, we can look at Syriac, Ethiopic, many other things. And but they're outside of the closed class of witnesses. Every Textus Receptus reading can be backed up inside the closed class of witnesses. And I believe every Textus Receptus reading can be backed up by manuscript evidence that we have in our hands in a sense where all we have to do is just read through. Like if people were to say, can you reconstruct the Textus Receptus? I think I could. I think I could easily reconstruct the TR. Where some people don't think we can, I think we could. I don't think we need to. And I think we're doing it with, like I said, 1% of manuscript evidence. So it's like, this has already been done. And this in the Reformation period, they had access to a whole bunch of different things that we no longer have access to today. So to just sort of get another almost different pile of stuff and go, let's sort through it and get a TR from here. I think I could do it, but it's like, it's not worth doing. And this is the problem when people are looking at extant manuscripts they have in their hands. And I think many of the manuscripts that they're saying Erasmus used this, the Complutensian guys use this, this other, Stephanus used it. When you examine a lot of these very closely, these are approximates. They're not exactly, word for word. That sometimes, like say, Codex Britannicus, I believe that's completely lost. And Montfortianus is actually a manuscript that it is a separate witness to the Communihennium, but they've labeled that as the one that Erasmus used. But if you look at the annotations of Erasmus, it's different. It doesn't read the same. And so people aren't bringing those issues up. So what Sam Gipp has said here, it is true in a sense where you can find the correct reading in one manuscript. Okay. And the reverse can be there as well. You can have every manuscript saying the same thing, but one manuscript is saying the wrong thing. That can happen. And the critical text guys, to sort of laugh at this, they do that. Like the last 12 verses of Mark, 2 manuscripts. There are places where Vaticanus will say one thing, Sinaiticus will say another, but they'll go with Vaticanus. There'll only be one reading of it. And so there are over 100 places where if you didn't have Vaticanus and Sinaiticus joined together and smashed together, you would never have that reading anywhere else. So there's no other manuscript that has those particular words in that particular sequence. So they're conjectural emendations. They're just not anywhere. They're not even in Vaticanus or Sinaiticus. You have to join them together to get this reading. So these guys are laughing at that. But what I've found is sometimes these guys are actually ignorant of their own understanding of how textual criticism works. They're just getting this information from Munster, from the scientists up the ladder, these smart guys who know Greek and they know text criticism, and they've given us this text. They're smarter than Sam Gipp, and so they're laughing about it. But it's like, actually, you guys have conjectures, like places where there's no manuscript evidence. So for them to laugh at it, it's sort of like, well, you could say the same thing to them quite easily. But I think this is double-sided, because I think Sam Gipp has also sort of said, God is guiding them, not through inspiration, but through preservation. And so I think what can happen is the preservation and inspiration, those two words can just become one thing, where God still basically grabbed the hand of a King James guy and wrote the word down, sort of thing. And that would be like an inspiration. But then it's like, well, it appears in one manuscript. But then of course, we'll have James White saying, oh, there's Revelation 16:5 with no manuscripts, this type of thing. So I guess that's probably where it's going to lead. But straight away, they're talking about minority readings, where the critical text is known for minority readings. The Textus Receptus is known for the vast majority of readings, with a few spatterings of minority readings in it. But then they're focusing on the minority readings in the majority. Instead of, why don't they look in their own backyard and say, well, yeah, we delete 12 verses of Mark because of 2 manuscripts. Like that would make them look stupid. It would make them look dumb. But if the Ankerberg show, if John Ankerberg was an unbiased moderator, he could turn around and just say, hey, okay, well, you guys delete 12 verses. of the ending of Mark because of 2 manuscripts, then they would be on the back foot, like, oh yeah, we do have some problems, and then he could turn around and say, well, you guys have 100 readings that are conjectural emendations that read like nowhere else. And he could ask those questions to the critical text guys, but you sort of know he's not going to ask those. And so, but anyway, I'm understanding where Sam gets coming from. He is actually thinking that the majority text is the Textus Receptus. It's quite a common problem. Specifically, this is 1995. The 1980s brought about this confusion with the arrival of the majority text. He's thinking the majority text and the Textus Receptus are like the same thing. So he's just trying to avoid that whole issue and just sort of say, look, I don't go with the Textus Receptus, but the Textus Receptus says clearly Aurochs. And so I'll put that Jeff Riddle article into the notes there because I didn't read through it all because it just sort of I think we'd all be in agreement with what it's saying. And it's just basically saying why the TR reading is better. But sometimes we have a reading that is not the majority. It's not the Byzantine majority. It is a minority reading, but we still go with it. And I guess for some people that can be a gotcha thing, where I get confused at that because I don't have this stronghold in my mind that the majority text equals the Textus Receptus. I'm like, oh, they've found all these other manuscripts that back up the TR, and yes, they have errors in them, like any manuscript does. So those errors were fixed. That they've fixed these issues. And the thing is with the majority text, like I've said many times, all you have to do is go to Mount Athos, find a room with 1,000 manuscripts in it, which I'm sure they will. They'll find things over the years. They'll find a whole room of manuscripts. And all of a sudden, your majority text reading is no longer a majority. It's a minority now. And your minority reading becomes a majority. And so your text has to change accordingly, according to the head count. And so the whole concept of the majority text, to me, to me, the Textus Receptus is the correct text, because sometimes there can be a glaringly obvious error, but people are still copying that into a text. Like, say, for example, just say the King James came out with a he Bible or a she Bible or whatever. And if printers just kept printing, like they did, some print errors didn't get corrected until the Blaney edition. They just constantly got reprinted. And that's a bit like some of the Byzantine readings that can be in there and they can just spread into almost 90% of the manuscripts, but it's just a wrong thing. And people are just copying that through, and it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make grammatical sense. And then when we look at other criteria, we can see, that's an error. Here's a minority of manuscripts that have the correct reading. This other thing just crept into the text, which is just a problem that they had with variants. Variants are very similar to print issues. And so let's continue.
That was a blank, Dan.
Why would you say that, Dan?
That was a blank. It may not be a blank sheet of paper, but it's a blank space in the text. So you may have micro inspiration.
No, it's not a blank sheet in the text. If you have two texts that read both ways and you make a choice, that's not a blank. That's not.
Let me ask you this.
You can't change that.
Is
What
the
does that
King
do to
James
the preservation idea? Excuse me, but
That's exactly what preservation is.
well, you've been arguing for preservation of Textus Receptus.
No, I never said that. No, I said King James.
So notice he's saying, I don't advocate for the preservation of the Textus Receptus. He's advocating for preservation of the King James.
James is the preserved word of God. I never said the
So
Textus
Textus Receptus isn't important. It's just the King
I believe
James.
the Textus Receptus is a better Greek text than the Alexandrian or the Nestles or the UBS.
Yeah, Sam, let me ask you, have you
So that's where Joseph Chambers, he would believe that the Textus Receptus is where the words of God are, and they've been faithfully translated into the King James. Sam Gipp's like, well, I've heard that the King James and the TR have differences, so I'm going with the King James. And that's preserved. The other Textus Receptus is good. It's better than the critical text, but it's not as good as the King James. So that's where he's coming from, where my perspective is that the King James is a final edition of the Textus Receptus, but it's in English. So they didn't do a parallel Bible, but all the words that were chosen, 99.99% of the words of the King James in the New Testament agree with Theodore Beza, between 99.99 and 99.98%. Okay, so I've crunched the numbers there. Now that's very, very close. So the King James translators, when they did about 20 word choices that were different from Beza, they did their own textual criticism, but it wasn't just a rushed thing. It wasn't like, they were doing something that was completely left field. What they did is they used, 100% of Beza's minus 0.01%. So like 20 places where they had examined this, and they were top-notch, world-class scholars. Okay, any one of them could have produced their own Greek text at any time, but they used Beza's. They didn't produce a new Greek text with just such a small smattering of differences, because it would be so close to Beza's that it's like plagiarism. So they just used the text. They did their translation. Anyone can just look at the word choices that they used and go, they used this word here. Beza doesn't have that in his main text, but he has it in his annotations. He talks about it. But the King James translators, they went through all the annotations. They went through all of his texts, and they were able to finalize all the work that Beza did and put 20 little changes. That's like one change. Like, I think it's every 13 chapters, one change. Every 13 chapters. That's the difference between Theodore Beza's 1598 and the 1611 English. So it's not much. Considering, I think it was the ESV just did an update and they had like 60 changes. You're looking at something, a third of that, sort of thing. Difference between, the text of Beza and the King James. So, and that's why people say, well, I go with the underlying Greek text of the King James, because it is a little bit different to Beza. Now, Scrivener attempted to make that text 250 years later. He did a pretty good job. There were a few places where it's like, okay, well, I think he went a bit overboard, but most of those issues aren't translatable. They're to do with the Greek, but that's why I just say I'd go with the underlying text that the King James translators used, and you can easily see that in Beza. You can easily see that in Scrivener, but you can just look at the King James and read through, and you can tell what they were translating just by looking at the English word choices that they had. Say, for example, in John chapter 8, verse 6, where it has, as though he heard them not, where he's writing on the ground, as though he heard them not. That is not in Beza, but it's in his footnotes. So they put that footnote into their main text. And so that's where one of the 20 places where they said, hey, we're going to go with this reading. We've done our own textual criticism on this issue. They've used Beza, his sealing, as their platform, and they haven't wholesale just changed everything. They've gone with almost everything, but they just put a tiny little tack or a nail in there and just went there. That's all we have to do. And so basically, if you were to talk in the type of generalizations that these critical text guys talk in, you would just say Beza's text is the King James in Greek and Latin. So,
You ever read the introduction or the preface to the original 1611 text?
Oh, yeah.
Well, everything that I've heard.
it's quite amazing. These critical text guys always assume you've never even heard of the preface. Did you realize that there is, like, even was it Josh Barzan? He must have just been having Mark Ward's stuff on repeat, because he came out and said, no one knows about this preface. And he wrote a book called The Forgotten Preface. It's like, it's not forgotten. I've read through it so many times I've lost count. I reference it all the time. I'm going through it. I'm thinking about it, and it's. I've listened to so many people talk about it. If you jump on YouTube, you got people just reading it out. You can listen to it in audio. That there are people who summarize it. There are people who get like certain teachings and things that Mark Ward will say or James White will say that they say are in the preface. They go through and prove that it's not in there, and they're saying the exact opposite thing. And like, so we're examining that like over and over and over. But then they're like, "Have you ever heard of the preface?" It's like, it's ridiculous. But anyway, that's just another thing that I just constantly keep hearing. People like, do you realize there was a preface? Or people say, oh, because the modern King James editions, after Blaney or 1900 or whatever, they don't include the translators to the reader, or after the Bible societies, I guess, started printing it. They wanted to make it more affordable, so they just got rid of all the introductory stuff. They're like, oh, it's done the church a great disservice because everyone would read that. No one would think that the King James is accurate after reading that. And it's like, how are you coming to that conclusion? So anyway.
Heard you and Joe say basically has been contrary to what the King James translators themselves say. In this,
Right.
this
What you're going to say
introduction.
is that they didn't claim inspiration. Basically, right?
They didn't even talk about inspiration. They didn't claim to be doing the perfect translation.
Okay.
Yes, I did. See, this is the thing. Just read the dedication to King James. It says that out of the original languages, so the Greek and Hebrew, and out of the languages of English and all other languages, they produced a more exact text. Now, that word exact, if you look up in the Oxford English Dictionary, it means a more perfect text. And so it's not just talking about something that's, it's a little bit more perfect. It is exact. And so he's like that. They never said their text was perfect, because they read things like where, Jewish scholars were like, hey, we've got the choice of certain animals here. Even we're struggling to figure out what they were and all the rest of it. And so, but that's Jewish scholars. Jewish scholars many times are limited to their own influence. The King James translators, they had access to the Greek, they had access to the Hebrew, they had access to the Arabic, they had access to the Syriac, they had access to the Latin, Older Latin, Vulgate Latin, Septuagint material. They had access to lots of different stuff, because what they're seeing is, the Hebrews sometimes are a little bit unsure about what to call a certain bird or whatever. Well, that's where you can look at absolutely everything. And where there's a hapex legomenon, just one more standalone word in the Bible. And it's like, well, they're not just limited to Hebrew. A lot of these Hebrew scholars were limited to that. So
said our translation is not perfect, and they anticipated criticism from other people before them who would say, why are you changing things? Why don't you just go with the English translations we already have?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things that they did.
And one of the things is too, Miles Smith, he brought that preface out in 1611. They hadn't yet seen something translated so accurately. Like when you get, Tyndale and Geneva and bishops, even King James was like, just saying that it had mistakes. People were pointing out to King James, this has got errors. We need a new Bible. And so people knew that there were errors there. So they had never seen anything as perfect as the King James. And that's one of the things. If you just forget the fact that it's a Bible, forget the fact that it's, King James, authorized version, all the rest of it, just say it was the Lord of the Rings. And now translating the Lord of the Rings, it was all written in German, and they're translating that into English. If you get 60 scholars like they did, and they translate it the way that they did, you would come up with a perfect rendition of the Lord of the Rings in English from German. That the methodology that they used was superior. And that's not how they do Bible translation anymore. And so the thing is, what I'm getting at is Miles Smith had never seen anything like this. He'd never seen that type of accurate perfection. In like, there was usually, you know, the concept of, oh, you can even have the king's speech, and even though he's got warts on his hand, or he might be handsome but he's got a mole or whatever, it's still the king's speech, this type of thing. So in a sense, his reference points are bishops, Geneva, things with errors in it. And he's probably got the mindset, well, this is probably going to have error in it. We just haven't found it yet. But because of the cross-referencing translation system that they used, like the Bible being translated, like I used to say 14 times. Now I'm like, there was probably at least 50 times every section was examined and looked at and thought about. And so, but I usually just stick with 14 because I don't know how to articulate all the other people and how from all the other 5 companies and how they would have looked at a text when they were given that. Is that, well, it's part of translation work, but it's like, it's not as in-depth as the original group. But so even doing something 14 times, that's a lot of times. And so that's why it's so accurate. So here's Miles Smith. They're in the process of doing that. And he's like looking back at the preface to Geneva, the preface to Bishops, probably looking at the Douay Reams. And it's like, yeah, well, all of those were very, very good attempts. This is probably the best attempt that we've done in English, but not even realizing that this is such a superior translation because of the methodology they used. It's almost faultless. Well, and that's why we say the King James is without a translational error. If I can get, like say this little thing here, I had to buy a new mouse the other day. My other one died. And it's got, you know, instructions for the mouse, okay? We know these little packages, they come with your headphones or whatever. Now, if you get some sort of electrical appliance that can kill you or electrocute you, they usually have it translated into 20 different languages. It'll be in Chinese, in Japanese, it'll be in Arabic, and that will all stand up in court. Because if you read fluent Arabic and it's on there and it says, hey, don't throw this in the water while it's on, and you do that and you kill someone, well, you should have read the instructions. It's there. It says don't do that. How come they can get the translation correct and it will stand up in court, but Bibles can't seem to translate things properly? It's always a big mystery, and it's always an ongoing thing. And why is the NIV so different to the NASB? It's like, oh, we've got all these formal equivalent, paraphrastic, idiomatic type of things. And it's like, you guys just, you don't know how to do it properly. And the King James guys just knew how to do it properly. They did a superior job. And for Miles Smith, he wrote the preface. He probably didn't even realize the weight of how accurate that was of what they were doing. He knew it was superior. But it would have, like, if he wrote the preface like 100 years later, that would have been more to the point of we're looking back at what we've done, and it was a very, very good thing. In fact, we think it's watertight. And so anyway, let's continue.
Did say was that their translation would be maligned by on two sides, one by popish persons, of course that was talking about the Roman Catholic Church, or by self-conceited brethren that give liking to nothing but that which is hammered on their own anvil.
Like the people who did other English translations.
Well, that's a pretty good application, all right? The King James translators didn't have to say what I'm...
Okay, I sort of missed that because I stopped when they were talking about the preface.
Why are you changing things? Why don't you just go with the English translations we already have?
Right.
Because there's errors in them and everyone knew that.
Well, one of the things that they did say was that their translation would be maligned by on two sides, one by popish persons, of course that was talking about the Roman Catholic Church, or by self-conceited brethren that give liking to nothing but that which is hammered on their own anvil.
Like the people who did other English translations.
Well, that's a pretty good
Not really. I mean, the Bishop's Bible, that was like an authorized type of Bible, and they utilized a lot of the Bishop's Bible readings. They utilized a lot of Geneva Bible readings. So I think more so they were talking about people like Hugh Broughton, who had done like he'd done a Bible version, and it was really wooden. It's a bit like a Young's literal one. When you read through it, it's not good. It's not good English. And he was going to be chosen as one of the translators, but he was rejected. And so as soon as it came out, he mocked it and he slandered it. And I think they were talking about those type of people. So,
All right. The King James translators didn't have to say what I'm giving you is inspired. Caiaphas at one point in John prophesied that Jesus Christ, was better for Jesus Christ to die for the nation than that the nation die. He did not say, God told me to say. It even says in the Bible, he didn't know he was prophesying. So there's a man that was being used of God to say something he had no idea he was doing. I'm not saying
So
that,
you know a lot more about whether it was inspired and perfect than the King James translators did. Is
Besides,
that right?
that's a pretty bad argument from silence. Good grief, the Geneva Bible
All right, I'll give you
translators
an-
didn't
I'll
say
give you an
that.
argument.
Maybe they're inspired.
All right.
NIV translators didn't say it. Maybe they're inspired.
John chapter 1, they
and so, but the issue is, it's actually like, I wouldn't say, because Sam Gipp is basically saying God was involved in preservation, and what he sort of does is he mixes preservation with inspiration so that they really couldn't make a mistake, where I believe they could have made a mistake if they had just been sloppy, if they had just say they only had 6 translators, and King James sort of got halfway through and said, well, that'll do, well, there would have been mistakes in it, but that's not what happened. They had 60 translators. They completed it all the way through. They polished it. They brought it back to the anvil. They went over it again and again, and they fine-tuned it to the point where they got everything correct. Now, I understand that Paul, he would say things like, I'm saying this, not the Lord. But then when we read in Scripture, I think it's in Corinthians, it's actually become the word of God. It's God saying that through Paul, and he's saying this is not God speaking, but it's me. But it becomes God speaking because it becomes God's word. And sometimes people in the Bible were saying things and they didn't realize that that was like a prophecy of Jesus, or sometimes they're just going through their daily life, and God uses that whole story as an analogy to talk about, Jesus dying on the cross or something. Like, great example that I use is Joseph when he's in jail. You got the baker and the butcher, a classic picture of the thieves on the cross. After 3 days, one of them's liberated. After 3 days, one of them's killed. And that's why, like, if you see the Passion of the Christ, you see this bird go up and try and pluck the eye out of one of the thieves on the cross, because that's symbolic, going back to that story of Joseph being a type of Christ and the other 2 people being like the thieves on the cross. One's liberated and one's not. But that they didn't know that. They're just living their life, And so these type of things happen all the way through Scripture. But whether they happen all the way through our real time now, and we can go, oh, well, that's related to this and related to that. Sometimes there's a false premise, because there are Bibles in other languages that come very close to an accurate, they're like 99.9%, accurate. But there's just that one reading. It's like, why do they have that silly reading? And so they're not perfect. With the King James, when I read through it, I go, yes, that's correct. That's correct as well. That's correct. And I can't find the place where there is this fault. And the more I study it, the more I'm convinced that it's not because God's hand is on it, but it's because people worked hard at it. So say like the Dutch Statenvertaling, very close to the King James. But if you look at, say, Daniel chapter 3, verse 25, they have in the fiery furnace, it's not the Son of God, it's a son of the gods. And I'm like, no, that's a mistranslation. Like that's wrong. But they have that there. So they only had like 6 translators. They were to do a job just like the King James. Most of it is King James. It's very similar, but just this one place they messed up. So to me, if I was a Dutch-speaking person, I would get that Bible and I would correct those things because I know they're wrong. I've studied into those issues enough. All you have to do is go through the next few verses, and they don't have God in the plural. It's in the singular. And so they only just want it there in the plural because they had this mindset that Nebuchadnezzar was a pagan, and so he wouldn't have this one God concept. But then he does have this one God concept only like in the next verse, so weird. And so anyway, I think you understand what I'm saying, but the concept of preservation means that we will have access to God's words. Now, we have to use our effort to find those words. And that's on us to do that. And we can find them because God has preserved his words. Now, it doesn't mean that God caused the King James translators every now and then to do some sort of automatic writing or something like that. What that does, it's like looking at the pyramids and saying aliens made it. You know what I mean? When you look at the King James, it's the blood, sweat, and tears of 100 years of Greek texts, of people like Tyndale being murdered, of people like Luther translating into German, and probably making a whole bunch of little mistakes everywhere, and everyone looking at it and him being embarrassed by it. And then they're correcting things, and then it's going back into English, then it's going into French, and then it's going, and just this Reformation period to the point where they get to the pinnacle, and it's the King James, and it's immaculate. Though all those issues are ironed out. So then we look back at that period of time and say that's where they fixed everything. I don't see why that's such a strange thing. But I wouldn't say that that's like, oh, God's hand just came in and just did all that. Tyndale could have compromised at any time. Luther could have said, well, I'm not going to write a Bible, they'll kill me, and not done it. Erasmus could have said, well, I'm going surfing. They could have done anything. They're the King James guys. They could have, like King James could have just said, no, let's not make a Bible. Let's invade France or whatever. They worked hard. There was blood, sweat, and tears, but they were able to get access because they always had access to the words of God. But they were able to compile them in one place and go, there, it's in a certain type of package now in print form. Here you go. So it was the hard work of people as well. Of course, the Spirit of God's involved. I'm not saying the Spirit of God's not involved. It's just deism. But the thing is, some people are too top heavy with like, well, God was just, it's a bit like saying the pyramids, aliens did it. Wow, look. No, it's the blood, sweat, and tears. It's hard work. So, when the Bible comes out in French, and it's French translators, sacrificing, sitting in front of a computer and going through and typing things out and checking things and making sure it's all valid, and then they bring it out to the public. It's like, oh, God did that. It's like God, because the thing is, then God's showing favoritism. Because why hasn't He done that to the people in this country here or that country there, or like say the King James equivalent has been done in Nepalese, but what about the Hindi Bible? Well, it was done years ago, but it's no longer published, and so is it just, do we just put our hands up and say, oh, it's just all the sovereignty of God? No, we have to do it. And this is one of the things where we have the obligation to, Jesus said to us, this is your job, go into all the world and preach the gospel to all nations. Nations is ethnos, ethnic groups. We're to preach to them. How do we preach the gospel to them? Well, we translate that into their language so that they can have it. And so that's a part of the Great Commission. Part of the Great Commission isn't just street preaching. It's not just handing out tracts. It's these foreign people, while we are in a time of peace here in the West, we should be focused on, let's translate the Bible for all these other people. Let's create platforms for them so that they can do this. And it takes work. It's not just like, oh, we'll just pray, and God will do it. It's like saying, oh, let's just pray that God just sends a revival, like as if God's just there, like not wanting to do it. He said, you do it. You go into all the world. I will empower you. I'll give you the strength. I'll give you everything you need. You go and do it. And so, anyway, I'm starting to preach. So we got Pastor Brett is in the house. Hey, Brett.
They came to John the Baptist. They asked him, are you the Christ? No. Are you that prophet? No. Are you Elijah? No. That is an absolute no. He said, I am not Elijah. You go to Matthew chapter 11, Jesus Christ says of John the Baptist, if you will accept it, this is Elijah, which was for to come. John said, I'm not Elijah. Jesus Christ said he was.
And I think Sangeet brings out some valid points here. But I just think the premise of, the King James guys were almost doing automatic writing, or where there was a blank space in the text, God just shone down and did that. I think the fact is 99.99% of all the work was done already. They just had to tweak it. And so they were handed everything on a silver platter, but they still worked on it as if they started from scratch, which is why it's such a great translation. And that should be the inspiration for every culture to do something like that, what they did.
He was not reincarnated Elijah. He was in the spirit and power of Elijah. Had they accepted Jesus Christ as their Messiah in Matthew chapter 11.
And you can tell Sam Gipp is, he's preaching. It's like he's doing, he's an evangelist. He goes around the churches preaching and talking about these things. And so obviously, he's using scriptural references, and I'm all for that. And I think sometimes too, in this arena, using scripture to validate your point can be mocked at by the academy. The academy can look at these examples of John the Baptist and they're like, oh, that's the Bible. What about today? Sort of thing. And we don't want to fall into the same trap, because we know the same God who rose Jesus from the dead is with us right now. He's a miracle working God, and he does answer prayer. But I guess I've been talking about the other side of it. Translation work is hard. What the King James translators did was hard work. And even some testimonies of these translators, it says that their lives were cut short because they worked so hard on the translation. So some of their testimonies are like, well, he didn't give himself enough adequate rest, and this no doubt led to his early demise. It's like he's working hard on the translation. And so that's the type of thing that I want to bring that balance in. It's like, oh, God's sovereign hand, God's just all over it, and poof, there's a cloud, and there's the King James on it, and it floats down. What about Tyndale getting strangled? What about him getting on a boat over to the continent and all of his Hebrew work washing into the sea when they got shipwrecked? He'd already done a whole heap of Hebrew work, and it just got lost at sea, and he had to do it all again. Like, how discouraged would you be? But if it wasn't for him, we probably wouldn't have the King James, that type of thing. And so we can look back in retrospect and see the hand of God. It's like when Moses wanted to see God, and when he went past, he saw his back, his hinder parts. And oftentimes it's like that. We only see the hand of God when we retrospectively look back in time and go, yeah, oh, God was in the Reformation. Oh, God's hand was here and God's hands were there. But when you're in it, it's just hard work, and let's just do this work for God. And yes, you're praying. Yes, you've got the Spirit of God. You're walking in the Spirit and all that. But it's your energy. It's your effort. Because sometimes we're like, oh, God will do it all. And then 10 years later, nothing's happened. and he's saying, that's your part. He didn't say, hey, go out and tell the world, preach the gospel to all creation, but you don't really have to, because I'm going to do it anyway. No, he's like, you do it. This is your job. Go out there and do it. Anyway.
11. That's how the forthcoming of Elijah would have been fulfilled through John the Baptist. John the Baptist was Elijah in spirit and power, did not know it. He claimed point blank, I am not. Say what you want. That's
what does this
I'm
have to
saying
do
what
with the
they
discussion?
said, and if we could raise
Right.
them back from the dead right now, they'd be astonished to hear you say that. They would probably tar and feather you.
I imagine John the Baptist would have been astonished if somebody walked up to him and said, "You are Elijah."
But Dr. Gibb, all of this is extremely circular, and I think we need to, in fairness, point out the fact that what you're saying is not what Dr. Strauss has said in regards to the preservation of the text. Dr. Strauss has said
Well, that's
earlier
what
on
him
that
and-
Okay, so then he's pointing out that they've got different perspectives. Sam Gibb doesn't really care for the TR, has a bit of a mistaken understanding that the TR is the majority text, has said that with the example of Luke 14:5. Obviously, Thomas Strauss is a Textus Receptus guy. He's part of the Dean Burgon Society, but so is Joe Chambers. So Sam Gibb's actually the odd one out here. He's got Ruckmanite concepts. James White says it's circular reasoning. So let's continue.
Christians in mass have always believed this traditional text, and that's where the basis of it lies. But the problem is there are a number of places in the King James text. Luke 2:22, to give you an example. You just said that those men who gathered in that room and were involved in the translation of the King James Version, that God somehow was doing something there. They didn't say that. Their contemporaries didn't say that. This is something that's come along a lot later, and I think it's very circular to just get into that argument. But to Dr. Strauss, what about places where those King James translators followed conjectural emendations? Theodore Beza, for example, in Revelation 16:5, looked at the Greek text, and all the Greek texts say the same thing, but he didn't like the way it went. And so he changed the word holy to the future form of the verb to be, sort of to make it nice and poetic and rhythmic. And your King James this day reads that way, even though there's not a question, I think, about on anyone's part as to what that passage actually reads. Why should I take Theodore Beza's conjectural emendation, where he decides a reading on the basis of what he likes, and say that the mass of Christians believe this when nobody before Theodore Beza ever had the idea that Revelation 16:5 read that way? Why should I believe that?
Well, I believe it gets back to faith in the doctrine of preservation, actually.
Okay, so I'll answer that question. Like if I was sitting there, James White says, what about Revelation 16:5? No one has ever seen that reading of shalt be. No one's ever seen that. It all reads holy. It's a conjectural emendation. And so if I could get in a time machine and just pop my head in there, I'd say, hey, James, actually, all the manuscripts point to the name of Jehovah being there. When you understand that the three I ams in Exodus chapter 3, verse 14, where it says, I am that I am, and then it has another I am there, that is the past, the present, and the future. It's the one who is and was and shall be. That's exactly how you translate those three I ams. And the very next verse says, my name is Jehovah. The name of Jehovah is made up of the three parts, the past, the present, and the future. So the name of Jehovah is the one which is and was and will be or shall be. And so that's the name of Jehovah. So when you read through that verse, it's got the name of Jehovah there. So obviously they're going to try and preserve the name of Jehovah, because in other places in the New Testament, we know that the name of Jesus was many times put into a nomina sacra type of form. It's contracted. So like with the word do not, or don't, sorry, is usually two words, do not, and they put like the little apostrophe there. They take out part of it, but it says don't. That apostrophe there is to let you know it's been contracted. Many of the names, Jesus, Lord, God, these type of things were contracted. Even Father, Heaven, there's like 15 on Metzger's list. There's quite a few more, the cross, Storos. And so when you go through the names of God, the name of Jehovah is a very distinct and important name for the Jews, okay? So when you have the etymology of that name, the past, the present, and the future, exactly described in Exodus 3:14, like if you say to a Jew, what's the name of God? They point to these verses, and it's the past, the present, and the future, the building blocks of the actual name Jehovah. It's spelt out there for a Jewish person, that is sacred. It's a sacred name. Okay, so to understand that Revelation 16:5 it's not just narrative; it actually has the name of Jehovah in it, in its purest form, in a sense where the other 4 declarations say "is to come," which is more like saying eternity past, then the present, and then Christmas time. It's an event, is to come. Okay, but Revelation 16:5 is the eternity past, then the present, and then eternity future. So, which exists in the past, exists now, and will exist into the future. So it's completely open-ended. It doesn't stop at the coming. And so scribes put holy there to indicate that it's the holy name of God. They would have been very careful to do that. This is probably one of the most holiest names in the whole New Testament. When you see I am, people know that's Jesus is saying he's the I am. Now, Jehovah's Witnesses hate that. Unitarians hate that. But what I'm finding is critical text people they will not acknowledge that this is the expansion of the name of Jehovah. They just don't like that. They think it's silly. They think it's kooky. But when you read the old commentators, when you read Bezer, he says this is the name of Jehovah here. And when you read commentaries on this, up until the time of Westcott and Hort, people are saying this is the Tetragrammaton, this is the name Jehovah, this is related to Exodus 3:14. All the way through their commentaries are saying this sort of stuff. So what I'm saying is not strange, it's just forgotten information. And I've dug and found all this information and gone, hey, how come we're not looking at this? But if James White doesn't like that, because that would just basically mean that, well, let me just throw this out to you. In Matthew 1:1, it says, Vivlos genesios Jesu Christu, we are David, we are Abraham. Now, Vivlos genesios, then it says, Jesu Christu, Jesus Christ, okay? I want you to find me a manuscript that has the word Jesus expanded there. Instead of Jesu, in a sense of just having an iota and an upsilon with a line above it in a nomina sacra form, find where the name Jesus is in Matthew 1:1. You won't find it in any of the manuscripts. It's just not there because all of the manuscripts contract the name of Jesus there. So the fact that you go to Revelation 16:5 and all the manuscripts say holy there, holy is an indicator that it has the name of Jehovah there because it's such a long name. It has the past, the present, and the future. It's the expansion of the name of Jehovah, which art and wast and shalt be. It's a huge name. And we know it's nominative. I mean, just look at the other triadic declarations. They even say there's a solecism in Revelation 1:4. But when you understand it's nominative, the one which is and was and is to come, when you know it's a name, when you know that's the name of Jehovah, then you understand why it has the apo there. You understand why it has what would be perceived to be a solecism, but it's not a solecism if you understand that it's nominative. And so the whole thing is a name, and scholars agree that it's a name. So how do you make that whole name like a noun phrase sort of thing? How do you condense that? Well, you just put holy on the end there to let people know that's the holiest name of God, probably in the whole entire Bible, in the whole entire New Testament. Obviously, Exodus 3:14 that it's relating to with the 3 I ams, the past, the present, and the future I ams. And Hebrew experts like Nehemiah Gordon, they see this like that. When I've had him on the show, he's showing me pictures of rabbis who are like, well, the one which art and wast and shall be, that's the name of Jehovah, and I'm like, well, that's exactly how Revelation 16:5 reads. And so that's what I would explain to James White. But he probably would reject that. So then I would turn around and say, okay, if he's made the claim that Theodore Bezer had a conjectural emendation here, but Theodore Bezer in his notes said he had an old faithful manuscript with the reading there. So that's what he put in the text, the old faithful reading. Now, of course, critical text guys like Jan Kranz, they like to make up fanciful stories. If you ever do a study into Erasmus, you'll hear 20 different stories. I mean, Erasmus may as well have been, remember that silly show Mork and Mindy, and Mork from Ork? He's just this weirdo. That may as well be Erasmus. You can turn Erasmus into whatever you want. If you're a critical text scholar, you can say whatever you want about Erasmus. I mean, whatever comes to your mind right now that you're thinking about Erasmus is Hamas. Erasmus is a South American lead guitarist. Erasmus is Aleister Crowley. Erasmus, you could just drop those names and just turn him into those things, because that's what they do. They turn Erasmus into whatever they want. They turn him into a pedophile. They turn him into a homosexual. They turn him into a Roman Catholic, a fearing Roman Catholic who's just so afraid that he's going to change the Bible because the Catholics are going to murder him and all this sort of stuff. They say that he promised to put the comma johanneum in when he didn't, but apparently he had to keep his word, and so he had this rash wager and he had to put the comma in, and all these silly stories. I guess it's like King James, he's a pedophile, he was a homosexual, he was this, he was that, and it gets more and more ridiculous the more you look into it. But with Beza, I was shocked. I actually predicted this, because when it came out, I used to think Beza had a manuscript, okay? And that backed up the reading. On my website, you can see this. In 2013, on my Revelation 16:5, you can go through the history of all the edits. And I've got edits there saying that he had a manuscript, because he said he had a manuscript. Now, because I was listening to so much James White and going through these type of videos, I'm like, well, maybe he didn't have a manuscript. Maybe it was a conjectural emendation, and I was a bit confused about it. And so I actually dropped the manuscript concept. And because I couldn't really translate Latin, I had to sort of wait until Jeff Riddle, Larry Brigden, who knows Latin, works for the Trinitarian Bible Society, and a bunch of others. They did Latin translations of the annotations of Beza and showed that he is clearly saying he had an ancient manuscript of good faith that had the reading. So there you go. He had a manuscript. So James White, he didn't really know this. So he's written his book in 1995, I guess just before this show's happened. Then again in 2009, I'm pretty sure, he brought out the other edition of the King James Only Controversy, and he's expanded on that with still the same misinformation about Beza. And someone like Jan Kranz, he's actually now saying in retrospect, he didn't put Revelation 16:5 into his book about conjectural emendations of Erasmus and Beza, because he thought that Beza did have a manuscript, like what I thought. But then I've changed my mind, and he's actually sort of gotten to a point where he made up this story about Beza. Now, I predicted this would happen, okay? When it came out, hang on, no, he did have a manuscript. I was like, yeah, that's so good, because he says he has an old, ancient, faithful, reliable manuscript that has this reading. Now, we don't know what that is today. Contemporaries of Theodore Beza, when they're writing about this issue, they talk about, like, say, it. Some of the stuff's in Latin and in English. They're saying that Beza had the manuscript evidence, and they're clearly saying that that's how they read it at the time. There was one guy in 1611, he did a Latin edition, and then I think in 1644 it was translated into English, and it clearly says Beza said he had an old, good, faithful, reliable manuscript with this reading. So that's clearly how they viewed what Beza had said. So Jan Kranz, and I said this would happen. I said they'll make up a story. I said either they're going to make up a story, and now this is in my video debates with TurretinFan. I said either what they're going to do is say that this reading came from Henry Stephanus, and Henry Stephanus collated like 20 manuscripts and had this list, And it was probably in there, but Henry Stephanus did this when he was 18. So obviously, 18-year-olds, what are they doing? They're just out partying and smoking drugs and into pingers and listening to heavy metal music and skateboarding. And so what would they know about this type of thing? And so this has been the argumentation against him, not those ridiculous things, but just as ridiculous, that he was 18 when he did it. So what would he know? He's just wet behind the ears. He's too young to understand collation, all this sort of stuff. So he probably got it from there. And so it's wrong anyway, because this young guy did it. Henry Stephanus went on to be his dad was like the best printer in Europe. He went on to take over his dad's business. And when you go through, just type in Henry Stephanus and you'll see, translations of the Bible, grammar works, Hebrew, lectionaries, like so much dictionaries, so much stuff that you're like, this guy's amazing. But then they just make out that when he was 18, I guess he was a heroin addict. What else can you say? He was out there just on the corner with a barrel and just with fire, cooking marshmallows and not really doing much. And his dad's like, come on, Henry, do some collation work. And he's like, okay. And then he's gaming for like 6 hours. And then he's like doing a little bit of collation work. That's how they make out Henry Stephanus was. And so I was sort of saying that's probably going to be one of the things that they say, that's where they got the reading from, because they can slander him because he was 18. Okay. Or they just make out that Beza was an idiot. And now that seems like the one that stuck. Okay. Beza, he saw this reading somewhere and wrote it down. Then later on in his older years, he was walking around with his ice cream like Joe Biden, just like, I don't know what day it is. And then he saw this reading and went, yeah, we've got that reading somewhere. Let's put it in. I've got an old, faithful, reliable manuscript somewhere. So he wrote that down and said, I've got a manuscript, an old one, licking his ice cream, dribbling down his elbow. He's like, oh, what day is it? What was I doing again? Oh, that's right. I've got Alzheimer's. And that's how they make out that Beza was. So on one end of the spectrum, Henry Stephanus is too young to do a collation. On the other side of the spectrum, Beza's too old and he's just making errors all over the place and slipping on banana peels. That's the amazing thing. In the Reformation period, Textus Receptus people were so accident prone. They were going around the scriptorium just slipping on banana peels and making such idiotic mistakes. I mean, you got Joe Biden's like Beza walking around like drooling. He's that silly. He thinks he had a reading, but he tricked himself. That's become the official. Now, I saw that story come from nothing. It came from a tiny little thing on Jan Kranz's conjecture website, and it's just been expanded till that's the official now. And I've got people saying to me, Nick, you should really understand that can happen, and Beza could trick himself like that. I'm just like, what proof is there of this? They're like it just does my head in. It's like it's amazing. This amazes me. So anyway, to sum it up, I would say, hey, James White, the name of Jehovah, what does that mean? He would say, oh, no, it's not the name of Jehovah. It's the name Yahweh. He would say it that way too. Yahweh. Okay. And I would say, no, the name Yahweh is the name Jupiter. Yahweh Pitta is Jupiter. That's not the name of my God. It's not the spelling of the name of my God in the Hebrew Bible. You've gotten that from the Latin, and you think that that's the name of God. It is simply not. The name is Jehovah, and it has those three building blocks, the past, the present, and the future, which equals which art and wast and shall be in Revelation 16:5. So I've explained to you that if that is the full name of God, the holiest name of God, Jehovah, the expansion of that name, someone putting holy there, it can clearly be seen that someone wanted to indicate that is a nomina sacra. The name Jesus, Matthew 1:1, no manuscripts have the name Jesus there. They have a nomina sacra form They have an iota and an upsilon with a line above it. Not one manuscript says Jesus, but we all know it says Jesus, don't we? Once you know what nomina sacra is, you go, yeah, that makes sense. Once you know that the name of Jehovah is there. See, the problem is I'm teaching people the name of Jehovah is there. So they're already going, oh, I don't know about that. And then they go and look into it and go, yeah, I think he's right. It does have the name of Jehovah there. And so they should already know. People in the Reformation, when they knew this was the name of Jehovah, people like Tremelius, who could speak Hebrew fluently because he was Jewish, friend of Theodore Beza, his son-in-law, Unius, he was expert in Arabic. These guys knew this stuff. They knew the name of Jehovah was right there. And so that when they found a manuscript with that reading, they're like, yeah, that makes perfect sense. This is a type of a nomina sacra that's been put in all the manuscripts to direct people that it's the name of Jehovah there. James White doesn't know the name of Jehovah's there. James White doesn't know that Theodore Beza said he had a faithful and reliable manuscript with the reading in it. He doesn't know anything about Revelation 16:5, really. But he makes this argument, and he's asking questions saying it's a conjectural emendation. A conjectural emendation would mean there's no evidence for it. Now, if you don't have evidence in your hand, that's extant evidence. It's different if someone says, hey, I've got a manuscript in front of me, I'm reading it, and that's what I'm using, like Beza did. That means he had evidence for it. Just say someone burnt the Vatican down tomorrow, and all the manuscripts were lost there, and all the digital copies got destroyed or whatever, and we no longer had those manuscripts. Well, if someone had written down, hey, we've had this manuscript that had this reading, you would still go by that, wouldn't you? You wouldn't just go, those manuscripts never existed, unless you're being dishonest. And that's what I find with Revelation 16:5. People don't want to look at all the evidence. They want to look at partial evidence. They all of a sudden want to be majority text people too. So that's how I would answer James White. I'd say, firstly, it's not a conjectural emendation. Theodore Beza said he had an ancient manuscript, an old faithful manuscript with that reading. Then I'd say, it's the name of Jehovah, the past, the present, and the future. It's related to Exodus chapter 3, verse 14, with the three I ams, which are the past, present, and future, which in the very next verse equal the name of Jehovah. It's the etymology of the name of Jehovah. So, of course, people are going to be concerned to put that in a nomina sacra form. How do you do that with something so big? You write holy on the end of it. Holy, sacred, it's a name. Nomen sacra makes perfect sense.
Actually, and the scripture verse.
Okay, so Helg says, A. Hannah says, so if we can prove that there were no banana peels in Europe during the Reformation, we can finally discard all these silly fabricated stories of the TR printers. Yes, yeah, maybe they didn't have bananas come to their shores yet. They weren't a banana republic. Printers, editors, yes. So Following Truth, LJ's in the house, and I did get your message about the Thursday issue, Jesus dying on Thursday, which I believe as well. I haven't had time to go through that. I have read through it before, the one on your website. Now, when Stephen Anderson, he got taught by Jonathan Shelley about the Thursday thing and changed his view from Wednesday to Thursday, I actually thought this was a good place to go, hey, here's someone repenting of something. Here's someone changing their mind on something, because you could tell Anderson wasn't really doing it that well. He's a prideful guy, but he was going, okay, yeah, I see it, And so I read through your article, and I had some of my own stuff from an Easter article I've written years ago about the Thursday concept. And I found your article was good. So I guess sometimes too, I get lots of people contacting me saying, read this, look at this video and all the rest of it. And sometimes I do it, but I don't contact back for like days and days. And some people do get shirty with me and say, I'm ignoring them or whatever. I'm just like, well, I'm busy, But yeah, I just sort of mentioned that. So let's see what Thomas Strauss says about Revelation 16:5. I'll rewind it a little bit. Or how about we listen to what James White said about it? Because I've just given you a whole bunch of info on it. Let's see if what he says is true.
This is that back to
That the conjectural passage acted that way. B, so he looked at textual and Mr. Strauss along the God that those places in the King James text. Luke 2:22, to give you an example. You just said that those men who get doing something there, they didn't say that, their contemporaries didn't
right.
say that. This is something that's come along a lot later, and I think it's very circular to just get into that argument. But to Dr. Strauss, what about places where those King James translators followed conjectural emendations? Theodore Beza, for example, in Revelation 16:5, looked at the Greek text, and all the Greek texts say the same thing, but he didn't like the way it went.
It's not that he didn't like the way it went. He saw that there was a grammatical problem there, and he mentions that. So it's not just he didn't like the way it went. He saw that there was a problem. Erasmus had pointed out in his annotations that it probably could read the one which art and was and is to come. And so he pointed out that there was an issue.
And so he changed the word holy to the future form of the verb to be, sort of to make it nice and poetic and rhythmic.
Not just to make it nice, poetic, and rhythmic. He did it because he had an ancient manuscript. So James White doesn't know that.
And your King James this day reads that way, even though there's not a question, I think, about on anyone's part.
It's not a question on anyone's part who doesn't know all the information that I just said. If you know what James White said, you'll be like, oh, King James is wrong. If you know what I just said, you go, it's 50 times deeper than what I thought.
As to what that passage actually reads. Why should I take Theodore Beza's conjectural emendation, where
it's not a conjectural emendation, he got it from an old, reliable, faithful manuscript?
He decides a reading on the basis of what he likes.
It's not so much what he likes, but it's what makes sense. If he's got an old, reliable, faithful manuscript and it is backed up by Latin, it's backed up by Homo Halberstadensis, it's backed up by who's the other guy, Beatus of Libana, which these reformers would have read. They would have known these readings in the Latin. And it would have made sense that, that's the name of Jehovah. Well, how come it's not appearing there? It's got holy there. That's because it's a holy name. It's a sacred name. If you look at all the printed texts, see, a lot of people just don't know this. Most of the manuscripts have all these names in the Nomina Sacra form. Like say the name Jesus, but then in the printed text, it all says Jesus, okay? Or in the Greek, Jesus. And so they're expanded. So when you come to Beza just understood how to expand it. Because Beza was friends with Tremellius and he knew the Hebrew and because Beza knew the Hebrew language very well himself and did a commentary on that, because he knew at Exodus 3:14 that it had the exact reading of Revelation 16:5, he's looking at this manuscript and that makes sense. That makes sense. This is a type of a nomina sacra. The word holy is put there to let people know that this is the holy name of Jehovah, and so.
And say that the mass of Christians believe this when nobody before Theodore Beza ever had the idea that Revelation 16.
No one had the idea. Well, how did they have it in the Latin in the 8th century, in the 9th century? The Ethiopic text has it in the 1549, 1548, 1549. Ethiopic text has it, so that's before Beza. There are plenty of enough places to show that it was the future form of shall be was used. But in the Greek, I think they understood this. I think they understood, like Theodore Beza straight away when he's reading Revelation chapter 1, Revelation 1:4. This is related to Exodus 3:14, Revelation 1:8, Exodus 3:14. And he saw these 5 triadic declarations as related to the I ams. And so he knew what I'm saying now, and for some people it's new. He knew this. He knew it very, very distinctly. It wasn't a mystery to him. Where what I'm finding is most critical text people don't know this. They don't know it's a name there. And so it's you sort of have to educate them in the name of Jehovah. No, it's not Yahweh. It's the name Jehovah. Yes, it's got these three elements to it, the past, present, and the future. Here it is in Revelation 16:5 in its purest form. And usually you're telling someone who knows nothing. It's a bit like, I've been living in a country like Madagascar or something like that. It's probably not a good example because I like to move it. We'll come into the chat. But if I'm living there and someone just moves there and they're like, well, what about this over there? And I'm like, oh, that's a normal thing here. It's a different culture. It's a different, what about that over there? And I have to explain everything. And then they're critiquing it. It's like, no, come and live there for like 10 years, then examine it. And this is what I find sometimes the things that I debate, I actually have to teach my opponent to get up to a certain level. Then I debate them, win the debate anyway. And it's like, you didn't know any of this before I came along. None of it. I had no idea. But then they'll still omit things, so, the name of Jehovah being no, I don't want to talk about that. Anyway, James White knows a zero about this.
16:5 read that way. Why should I believe that?
Well, I believe it gets back to faith in the doctrine of preservation, actually, and the scripture verses that speak to this issue. Matthew 4:4, as I said before, where are the every words? Believers have felt that the every words have been preserved to them in every generation, and that God has used various means to give that preserved word. Take, for instance, Johannine Comma. It doesn't have much textual support.
I actually...
And they cut him out. He says something and it's like, well, that's a good place to stop. The Johannine Comma doesn't have much textual support. Stop. He was obviously mid-sentence. Let him finish. But this is the bias John Ankerberg show, These are Christians doing this. It's not really still manning someone's argument. It's not really being honest, is it? Bold as the Lion says, I got stuck on the phone with my brother. Now I've got to cook dinner. Okay. Emmett Rivers says, greetings, my brothers. Hopefully everyone's doing good. Yes, we are. Rock says, sir, 18, here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, 666. The Bible never tells us to use geometry. Jesus teaches us, and Proverbs, gematria is a Jewish way. Yes. So it means people who count the numbers are the 666, correct? Christians never count numbers, never. Okay, I don't know what you're saying there. I mean, there are plenty of people who count numbers and try to figure out 666. A. Hannah says, no, bananas were not widely available in Europe during the Reformation, approximately 1517 to 1648, but they were known to Europeans through Arab cultivation. The fruits did not become common. I wonder what they were slipping on then. They must have spilt the ink wells. They're walking around with an ink well and they're just like, all over the floor. Erasmus walks in, slips, hits his head, goes, I'm going to put the comma in now. I'm afraid for my life. A. Hannah says imports for mass consumption until the late 19th century with the development of faster steamships and refrigeration. Okay. It's actually an interesting thing to look into the banana republics of South America, because basically most South American countries were run by banana companies. It's so weird, man. And they were like jails where you had to buy things from the banana shop, and they were overpriced. Basically, you worked for food. It was modern day slavery, and it's only recent too. So it's quite interesting. Emmett Rivers says, Revelation 4:8, holy, 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 Lord God Almighty, which was and which is to come. 3 holies, 3 titles, 3 tenses, 1 Jehovah, not Yahweh. Yes, very good. And if you go to Sinaiticus, it says, holy, 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 Lord God Almighty. It's got, and they're worried about this one holy being in Revelation 16:5, but why do they omit like 6 other holies here? if it's in Sinaiticus, the oldest and best, why don't they put it in? Because it's not the oldest and best there, you know. So anyway.
I have the preface here to the 1611, and I've got the 1611 sitting next to me here. And let me just read what they said here about, this was a note to the reader right in the front. They said, first of all, neither did we think much to consult the translators or commentators, the Chaldean, the Hebrew, Syrian, Greek, or Latin, no, nor the Spanish, French, Italian, or Dutch. Neither did we disdain to revise that which we had done, and to bring back to the anvil that which we had hammered. In other words, when they consulted these things, the thing that they had written, if they said, in consulting all these others, if that wasn't right, they went back and they changed it. Then they went on and they said something about this thing of certainty. There may be many words in the Scripture which be never found there but once, so that we cannot be helped by conference of places. In other words, the context doesn't help us out, and we still don't know what the word means. So what are we supposed to do? He says there can be rare names of certain birds, beasts, precious stones. There can be all kinds of things that they list here. He says, now in such a case, doth not a margin do well to admonish the reader to seek further, and not to conclude or dogmatize upon this or that peremptorily? For as it is a fault of incredulity to doubt of those things that are evident, so to determine of such things as the Spirit of God hath left questionable can be no less than presumption. So these guys said, there's stuff, even after we've checked all these sources, we don't know. What do? They put it in the margin. Okay? Now that's what Art's done over here, and you guys have said he's wrong for doing what the guys who wrote the 1611 did.
Dun dun. No. The modern day margins are usually to show where there's textual variation. And so the margins that were put into, and I'm going to have to answer, TurretinFan's done an article on this, sort of critiquing my understanding of marginal notes and things like that. And so I'll go through his thing. Maybe next weekend I'll go through it. My take and my understanding, because I've gone through lots of the marginal notes in the King James and lots of the italics. I don't know anyone who's actually examined all the italics in the King James in the New Testament. I have. And some of those are because of earlier textual issues, like it will have the 1550 edition of the Textus Receptus doesn't have a certain reading, so they put that in italic in the King James. And so that type of thing is happening. So sometimes the italics in the 1611 were for emphasis. Like if you look at the first time Hosanna is in Matthew, it's in italic, but it's for emphasis. It shouldn't be in an italic. It's in all the Greek texts. It's in everything. It's in the critical texts. Everything says Hosanna there, but they've got it in an italic. It's like an emphasis, you know. So, but that's the italic. So going to the marginal notes, the marginal notes were, the King James wasn't just done, you know, it has a history. It didn't just float down on a cloud and have no context to it. The King James was in English society where most people had read the Geneva or the Bishop's Bible. They probably read Tyndale. They probably read the Great Bible, you know, these type of things. Scholars would have looked at the Textus Receptus editions, and they would have looked at Stephanus. They would have looked at Beza's editions, this type of thing. So the King James guys, a lot of the marginal notes are to get people to the main text. Okay, so this is the practical application. So these guys have a theory about what the marginal notes are, but when you actually read the marginal notes, they're very practical. Matthew chapter 1, when you go through the genealogy, it has or Jacob. Some say or Jacob here. Sorry, they say Jacob, not or Jacob. Yeah, some say Jacob. So this guy Jacob is in the genealogy. Now that appeared in the 1550 Textus Receptus of Stephanus. It appeared in the Geneva Bible. It appeared in the Bishop's Bible. The King James guys recognize that it's not a good reading, so they omitted it, but they let the readers know in a margin, hey, look, guys, some have this. Obviously, they're saying some have it, but we don't. We don't have that. So why did they do that? Well, because if you're reading along with your Geneva and you're like, hang on, they've left Jacob out. You think it's a mistake, or that maybe they've skipped it. Maybe it's a print error. Oh, this is bad. They've left that out. Oh, no, there's a marginal note here that says they've left that out. Oh, that's interesting. Now, no Bible today has that reading, Jacob. Not even the critical text Bible. It's gone. Okay. And that's one of the reasons I say the Geneva Bible wasn't good. It had this extra guy there. I don't want that. The Bishop's Bible had this extra guy there. I don't want that. I want what the King James has. It has the correct reading. And so no critical text Bible has that reading. So do we need a footnote there now saying that? No. That footnote was for that generation. It was for that time. We don't even really need that anymore. Most people are not going to the Geneva, going to the Bishop. Maybe a few people like myself go and do word studies and see what was said and see how it was translated back then and all the rest of it. But most people are not, it's not an issue to them. Okay. So you've got to put all the marginal notes into its historical context. When it says, hey, this verse, there are some verses that deal with textual criticism. It says this verse does not appear in these, in many manuscripts or whatever. That is showing you that some of the TR editions don't have it. Because if you're there, you've got the Stephanus Textus Receptus, or you've got the Geneva Bible, and it doesn't have that whole verse there, you're like, well, have they made a mistake? Oh no, they've got a footnote. Let's read it. They're saying that's, this doesn't have it, that doesn't have it. But we know in England, I know Lancelot Edris, he's a good scholar. I know John Boyce, he's brilliant. I know this other guy, Henry Saville. Wow, the books that he's bringing out, I'm reading all of them. They're amazing. The Complete Works of Chrysostom, what a legend. Andrew Downs, amazing guy. They knew these people. They knew of them. They knew their scholarship, and so they knew that they were superior. And what they're doing is definitive. And so when they've got these marginal notes saying these type of things, they're to help people who have already been in this world of, certain one reading saying this, one reading saying that, and all the rest of it. Now, as I said, Miles Smith, he had never seen something that perfect before. And when you're writing a preface to something that perfect, I guess it's a bit like, like I was using this example of the mouse, the instructions, and if you have a safety sheet for anything that can kill you, some sort of electrical appliance or machine, they will have it in all different languages, in Korean and Spanish, and it'll say the same thing. It'll say, this will kill you. Don't do this and don't do that. And so you can translate things accurately. Now, if I just say I got tired of people suing me because I had some sort of drill and everyone was throwing it into the bath and killing their kids or whatever, and it's like, hey, no, we've got to make sure this is accurate this time. And I got 20 scholars all together. They worked on it and they nailed every word so it would stand up in court that, hey, you should have read the Arabic there. It says not to throw it in the bath, blah blah blah. You can do that, and you can nail it, and you can get it correct, so it stands up in court. And that's what the King James guys did. Now, if I was to do a little bit of a blurb at the front, now, if people had seen mistakes like Jacob and other things that were added or subtracted in other TR editions or the Geneva or the Bishops, surely if I'm writing the preface to the one that's just coming out, this is the corrected one, I could probably have a little bit of a, look, we're still not sure, sort of thing, because they'd never seen that type of perfection before. Can you get that type of perfection? You can. Like I've used many times, my friends who did the Luxembourgish EU documents, I asked them and said, do you lose anything in translation? And they looked at each other and said, no, we are fluent in Luxembourgish, we're fluent in English, we can also speak German. We translate them from English into Luxembourgish and we lose nothing. Talking about finances, talking about borders, talking about terrorism, talking about nuclear weapons, talking about all sorts of things, and they are able faithfully to bring it from English into Luxembourgish so that the government can read these EU documents, and the general public can read it, and it's they can bring it across faithfully. How come they can do that, but the Bible translators can't? It's a mystery and all this sort of stuff. But Miles Smith, he was very careful to say, look, there can be errors in this, because he'd never seen such perfection, because of the methodology of the translators, the cross translation policy that they had, where everyone was checking each other's work. You just couldn't make a mistake. So, yeah.
Well, there's 8,422 marginal notes in the King James, and that indicates that they realize exactly what they've said there.
I agree with you, Tom.
So the thing is, people think that a marginal note is an alternative reading. It's not. Many times, a marginal note is an inferior reading that appears somewhere in a translation somewhere, that appears in the bishops, or it appears in Erasmus's first edition, or it's a confusion that they have to tidy up to get people to believe the main text. Now, when it has things like unicorns in the Bible, which is a rhinoceros, I believe, they have a footnote in Isaiah, or rhinoceros, which is the word for rhinoceros back in their day. Now, the scientific name for a rhinoceros today is rhinoceros. The scientific name for a unicorn today, or a rhinoceros, is Rhinoceros unicornus. So, but that came around later. But it just means one horn. A one-horn rhinoceros is a Rhinoceros unicornus, which would be the Indian rhino. Now, they have a footnote there, don't they? Or marginal note. Sometimes I say footnote, marginal note. I'm meaning the same thing. But it's showing that it's a unicorn. Now, if someone wants to say to me, what is a unicorn in the Bible? I would say, look, I think I'm 90% there of it being a rhinoceros, but it could also be this other thing. Now, I'll just quickly jump on my website. Textus Receptus unicorn. Okay, so here we have an old school rhinoceros, 1550. Here we have the footnote, or rhinoceros, where it has unicorns. But this thing here, Elasmatherium, it grew up to 20 meters long, had this huge horn. There was also this Karkadan, which is mentioned in Arabic writings of having one horn and looking like a bit of an elephant. There's all sorts of drawings of these type of animals. In Persia, they had this type of one. And so anyway, my article goes through quite a lot of this material. I've got the Oxford English Dictionary there, looking at different translations, looking at, Spanish, Greek, So when someone asks me, what do you think it is? I'm like, well, I think it's a rhinoceros. Now, if I was to go back in time in a time machine to the King James translators and got them all into a room, all 60 of them, and I said, so what do you think it is? They're like, well, we think it's a rhinoceros. That's why we have the marginal note. But there's some of us who aren't sure because of all this other information. Like there's what about this Elasmatherium? Now, that was discovered recently, so they might have known some other thing to do with that, or the Karkadan, this thing. And they talk about how big it was and had like donkey's ears, and maybe it's just some sort of extinct animal. But so they put all rhinoceros in the margin. So this exactly shows you. Now, it's not a hapax legomenon where it's just one word and it's got no sister words or anything like that. But for the modern reader, they said, well, or rhinoceros. So it could be a rhinoceros, but that's not the main reading that they put in there, is it? They put unicorns because unicorns covers the rhinoceros. Unicorn covers the Elasmatherium. Unicorn covers the Carcadon. Animals that Marco Polo saw. Many different people over the years have seen different animals, and they would all be considered unicorns, because even like a narwhal, the seal-like thing with one horn, that's called a unicorn as well. So it just means one horn. So they've been very specific and very careful to say one horn, but they put in the margin all rhinoceros, to guide people. And that's what they're talking about. It's very practical. It's not like this is just a smorgasbord and the rhinoceros, this and that. But it could be. But that's where they're talking about, well, doesn't a footnote help? And doesn't a footnote help you win this? see what I mean? So even if someone was to ask me about it, the unicorn, I've done obviously quite a bit of study into this. And I'm like, well, I'm 90% there with the rhinoceros thing, but what about these other things? Could it have been this? Maybe they'll find this in the old Holy Land. Maybe the Carcadon in Persia. Maybe that was what they were talking about. Maybe that went into the Middle Eastern area. Maybe it went into Israel, and that's what they were exactly what they were talking about was this thing. So then you don't have any type of mistranslation. You have a unicorn, and they're saying, well, from what we know with our knowledge, it's a rhinoceros. And so, but unicorn is perfectly translated from the Hebrew Reem. So that's the type of footnotes. They're not weird. So the thing is, the footnotes that they have today are, these 12 verses don't appear in the woman caught in adultery story. Well, these last 12 verses of Mark shouldn't be in the Bible. They're probably apocryphal or Gnostic, but, we put them in anyway because everyone would get upset if we take them out. Well, the Comma Johanneum used to be in here, but we've taken it out because, so many Unitarians around Westcott and Hort. I mean, they were obviously influenced by that. But they have word after word of just, doubt, of, strange readings. And that's the modern Bibles. Modern Bible footnotes are there to give you trivia, are there to give you doubt, and to just show you strange and weird things. Now, if you come from a position where you believe a Textus Receptus is the word of God, if you have a marginal note saying, well, this verse doesn't appear and shouldn't be in the Bible, you're like, well, what else is not appearing and not in my Bible? And all you have to do is have all these critical text notes in your Textus Receptus, like with the New King James. It's pretty much what they have, a TR-based Bible with majority text issues and critical text issues, and it just causes confusion and doubt. And that's one of the main complaints about the New King James. It has these 40,000 footnotes, so it's causing all these people to become their own textual critics. They're becoming like Bart Ehrman. They're reading along going, oh, that doesn't appear. And sometimes these marginal notes, they're not accurate in the New King James. I'd say John chapter 1, 1 John chapter 3, verse 16, it has, hereby know we the love of God. So the words of God are removed in the critical text, but it's removed in the New King James, sorry. The King James has of God there without italic. Now, later on, Blaney put it in an italic because it didn't appear in an earlier Textus Receptus edition. It shouldn't really be in an italic. Some of the italics are unnecessary in the later editions. But the words are what I defend. And so it has of God. And then it says, because he laid down his life for us. So the closest antecedent there is God, meaning that Jesus is God. It's actually saying, it's a scripture for the deity of Christ. Now, the New King James doesn't even have a footnote there saying it's omitted that. It just omits those words of God because they saw it in italics and they assumed in their mind, anywhere there's italics, that means you can just delete it because they don't appear in the original. Where that's not just the reason for italics. Sometimes italics are showing you where Greek editions had changes or omissions or additions and things like that. And so that's what Blaney did. Blaney put those in italics. The New King James guys come along, just delete it. They actually omit the deity of Christ there. And so they don't even have a footnote. So that's dishonest that they don't have a footnote. I just think they've made a mistake there, which shows their sloppy scholarship. But also sometimes what they have too, they'll have the New King James reading. It differs from the Old King James, and they'll have a footnote saying the reading of the King James, they'll have it there and say it's from the Vulgate, which makes you think, oh, the New King James is following the Greek or the Hebrew, but the King James is following the Vulgate. But then when you look into it, oh no, the Hebrew equals the King James or the Greek equals the King James. The New King James have just got a new little twist on it. And so, but they try and make out all the way through that the King James and is getting all these readings from the Vulgate. They'll have the reading of the King James and say it's a Vulgate reading. And it might be, but it matches with the Hebrew and or the Greek, or it could be the Vulgate as well, but it's like they just put that in there just to put this doubt in your mind about the King James. So that's why I think D.A. Waite was right to say the footnotes are diabolical. They're ridiculous. And so anyway, let's continue.
The fact is that...
Actually, Colin said totally unbiased moderator. Yeah, he's a guy reading the preface, and then he's like the most vocal one. He's just like against the King James, against these King James onlyists. You know, he wants to embarrass them, and also he's going to edit this. So he's going to halfway through their answer, he's going to cut them off and just fade it out and go to another question. You know?
If they did it, why isn't it okay for these guys to do it?
Because the difference is the marginal notes were faith building to get people to believe in the words of the King James. The marginal notes in today's Bibles are doubt producing, like say 616, for example. Westcott and Hort put the marginal note 616 at Revelation chapter 13, where it mentions the mark of the beast. And it says that there is a manuscript that has 616. Now, did people need to know that in that day and age? No. It's just trivia. It's not helpful. It doesn't help anyone. Say, for example, Dean Burgon, he pointed the 616 out, 616 issue out, and he said it's just a trivial reading. They're not doing it to edify people. This is causing more problems. And he said that shows you the heart of these translators, that they want to put those type of weird readings in, so you are in doubt, not so you're in faith. The Revised Standard Version, RSV, the 1946 edition came out then in the 1952. Now, they had a footnote. I can't remember which one it was. I'm pretty sure it was 1952. They had a footnote in Matthew 1, which talked about Joseph being the husband of Mary. And it actually says some manuscripts say Joseph, the father of Jesus. And it's like, what? Wow. Does some manuscripts say that? And when you examine it, it's the Syriac that says it. It's not even a Greek manuscript. Why on earth have they got that there? They're causing doubt on the virgin birth. And they're saying it's from a Syriac. It was one Syriac manuscript. It's like, why have this weirdo reading that's doubting the virgin birth? You know, because we know that they had, instead of virgin in Isaiah, they had young girl, you know, and trying to change it so, oh, she's probably not a virgin, you know, this type of thing. I mean, culturally, the Hebrew girls were virgins. It just went without saying, because they were living that way. The faithful Hebrews were living that type of way. And so, the marginal notes today are weird. They're strange. They're unnecessary. They're just showing all sorts of weird things, where the King James marginal notes, you can understand why they're there. When you go through them and you check them and you examine it, you're like, oh yeah, that was an issue back then. It mightn't be an issue today, but that was a pretty big deal to them, and we don't need that today. But yeah, I mean, there's probably a whole bunch of other footnotes we could put in there to get people from modern versions to the King James today. You know, you could have a King James with all marginal notes showing, well, this actually isn't a mistranslation like James White said. this, it means this, or actually we do have manuscript evidence for it. James White said there was 0 manuscripts. Now we've found 15 with it. Here you go, that type of thing. But I guess that's sort of what I'm doing here.
I'm not complaining about that. I'm not complaining about the
I'm not
marginal
complaining
note.
about that
I'm
either.
complaining about
want
their translation.
Excuse me, Dr. Strauss, if you represent the same type of position that is taken by D.A. Waite, he said, in regards to the New King James, he said the diabolical nature of the New King James Version, diabolical is a strong term, shows itself in their printing all the various readings of the Greek text in the footnotes. They print all sides and take their stand in favor of none of them. By so doing, they confuse the readers. The editors have made no decisions as to what God's words really are. If that isn't confusing, you think about it. Is that not the position that is expressed by another?
Is that not true? If you have 3 readings, and so this is the thing, James White will do a whole program on Revelation chapter 15 verse 3, and he'll talk about, well, this reading has this reading has that, this other reading, but he never tells you exactly which reading he goes for. When he's talking about 1 Timothy 3:16, God was manifest in the flesh, he agrees with the TR reading, but he doesn't tell everyone that. He says it in his book, but he doesn't come out and just keep saying that. When Stephen Anderson pulled him over the coals for that issue, he was just throwing sand in the air, like, let's just change the topic. Because you can tell through his writings on the AOMIN website through the years, he thinks that that's a genuine reading. The Textus Receptus has it. These other Bibles omit it. So wouldn't that be confusing if you had who appeared in a body or God was manifest in the flesh? That causes confusion. He does whole programs on like, this word should be this, it should say that. And whether he's talking about the Jehovah's Witness Bible or the Passion Translation or things that he doesn't like, he will say, they're contradicting each other. But then even Stephen Anderson said about the NIV, what about this reading and that reading? And James White said, well, it's a liberal translation. Okay. D.A. Waite was just saying the New King James has the main reading, which is a TR-based reading. Then it sometimes departs from the TR, but not hugely. It's a TR-based Bible. Then you have the majority text of Hodges and Fasted, who worked on the New King James. Then you have the critical text, the Nestle Alarm United Bible Society, which is the NA footnote. And so you have these type of things all the way through the text, which causes problems. Let me just show you an example. So I've got the original New King James here, New Testament. Actually, that doesn't really have footnotes in it, which is probably a good thing. But I did have here the Here's Hope New Testament, and let's just go to a random verse, Luke 23:7. Okay, on that page. Okay, Luke 22:44. The NU, the Nestle Alarm United Bible Society text, brackets verses 43 and 44 as not in the original text. So let's read 22:44. It says, and being in agony, he prayed more earnestly. Then his sweat became like great drops of blood falling to the ground. And when he rose from his prayer and he come to his disciples, he found them sleeping from sorrow. Actually, it says 43 and 44. It's not matching up here. It's on the other page. So I read 44 and 45. Let's read 43 and 44. Then the angel appeared to him from heaven, strengthening him. Okay, so that's completely bracketed and deleted in the Nestle Alarm. And being in agony, he prayed more earnestly, and his sweat became like great drops of blood falling down to the ground. Completely omitted. So it says in the footnote of the New King James, the NU text brackets verse 43 and 44 as not in the original text. So how is that not confusing to people? They're like, there's two and that's just the first one I went to randomly. Just open it up, went, okay, let's go to the bottom there. They're bracketed and they're not in there. That's confusion. Are they in there? Are they out? And so that these footnotes are not the same as the faith-producing ones in the King James, which guide you to the main text and say the main text is what we're going with. This basically is like, well, it's a smorgasbord. And the whole thing of marginal notes equaling alternative readings, you've got to get that out of your head. Because I hear so many King James people, TR defenders, say, oh, the alternative reading in the margin. It's not just an alternative reading. Many times it's an inferior reading that the King James guys knew it was an inferior reading. Sometimes it's helpful to go, okay, well, that's it. It's a synonymous thing. But many times it's just, it's showing you something that if you translate something literally, it'll come out this way. But if you translate it in a sense of taking into consideration all the context and having a contextual definition, not just a lexical definition, it'll come out another way. And so that's why many times they have a footnote there, because earlier editions weren't doing that, because sometimes the earlier English editions, is specifically in the Old Testament, were following at times the Luther Bible and the Latin. It was only really the Geneva Bible where it was a full Hebrew Old Testament. Then you had the Bishop's Bible 8 years later. And so that before that, they were going from Latin, they were going from German, they were going from other translations. And so the Dutch. So anyway, New King James. So listen again to what he quotes D.A. Waite. I don't think D.A. Waite's wrong with this. And I quoted him before. It's diabolical. I think, and this has been brought up over and over again. Oh, it's diabolical. And A. Hannah, he has some meanings for this. I might quickly read them. Diabolical, characteristic of the devil, or so evil as to be suggestive of the devil. Sounds fitting. Yes, I think so too. Michael Bengal says, footnotes are a welcome addition in my view. They allow the reader to know different scholarly positions on disputed passages, and the reader can come to their own conclusions. Yes, but I guess then it's like, okay, what is a disputed passage? And perhaps you consider something disputed that no one else does. And let's say Michael Heiser, he might say some verse in Deuteronomy should read some other way so he can squeeze in his Nephilim concepts and, you know, the council concept of all these gods that have turned on Yahweh and all this sort of stuff. So he thinks some of those verses are wrong, they're translated wrong, or the Masoretic text has been tampered with and all this. So he has a whole different set of criteria as to which verses he needs to tidy up. The majority text guys have a whole different set of criteria. The critical text guys have a whole different set of criteria. So it's like, do we just go with all of them? Bart Ehrman's got a whole different set. Dan Wallace and James White don't agree with which verses should be where. And it's, to me, that's just confusion. And so some things are so definitely should be there, but a lot of scholars have an argument against it, but they're poor and weak arguments that really don't need to be spread. So someone like myself, someone who's studying into this sort of stuff, like most of you guys probably are, yes. But when it comes down to the average Bible that's given to the average Christian, do they really need to know 616? Or can they just go 666? But then you got Dan Wallace now coming out saying, I think it could be the reading. You know, it's like, here we go. A. Hannah says, diabolical 1500, pertaining to the devil, from diabolic plus al 1, meaning befitting the devil, is from 1540s, related diabolically. Let's go with diabolical. Okay, so let's see what he said about D.A. Waite again.
Number of King James.
I'm not complaining about
Yeah,
the
I'm not
marginal
complaining
notes.
about that
I'm
either.
complaining about
want-
their translation.
Excuse me, Dr. Strauss, if you represent the same type of position that is taken by D.A. Waite, he said in regards to the New King James, he said the diabolical nature of the New King James Version, diabolical is a strong term, shows itself in their printing all the various readings of the Greek text in the footnotes. They print all sides and take their stand in favor of none of them. By so doing, they confuse the readers. The editors have made no decisions as to what God's words really are. If that isn't
But it's so true. I mean, Art Farsted's a majority text guy, so he doesn't believe in the Textus Receptus that they were translating from it anyway. In the Old Testament, James Price, he's a critical text guy, so he doesn't even think that the majority text or the Textus Receptus is correct, and he's translating the Masoretic text. It's just confusion. You've got different people who believe different things, translating all sorts of stuff, and instead of going, okay, we have people who are TR people, they're translating a TR Bible, they're translating the Textus Receptus, that it's all this other stuff isn't even a consideration, because I guess too, imagine having like an NIV with all the readings of the King James in the margin. You'd be like, it would fill the margin, and that's the thing. Like, even James White would probably say it's unnecessary. But to win a debate point on a show like this, he would, he would make this type of argument. But if he was put on the spot and someone had like an NASB, but had all the King James readings in the margin that differed, he would say, look, it's just too much. I don't want to know all that. I bought an NASB, not a NASB plus King James, and he would probably say that, So I think the thing is, like, I look at this, the 1979 New King James. Now, they don't have as many footnotes. They do have some, but they don't have as many. Actually, they hardly have any at all, really, which I think is great, because the average person does not need to know this. And that's why someone like Kirk DeVitro, he said when they were pushing the New King James, they were saying it's a bridge Bible. We want people to slowly start coming over to NIV, ESV, or probably not ESV in the 1970s, but to these modern versions. And this, by having all, they bring out the 1979 edition, people go, yeah, that's really good, because it doesn't have all the footnotes, and it's actually different to the 1982 and 1984 edition, which in many places actually gravitated closer to the critical text. And so when you compare them in some places, you're like, oh, that's okay. That looks like a King James update reading. But then you read the newer New King James and it's different. And so I think that's diabolical, that they're saying this is what we're doing, guys, and people get on board, and then they change that it's a bait and switch. Mark Goff says, it appears James White is interjecting his conjectural interpolation of what Beza was thinking. Yeah, in his book, he basically claims that the reason Beza changed it was because of the other four triadic declarations of the past, present, and future, the was and is to come type of thing, but also that he saw enough similarity with Esomenos and Osios that he felt like he could just change the letters there, which that to me seems like it's just something that's made up in James White's mind. But he claims that Beza made this reading up in his mind because of that. He just, I can see enough reason to change letters, and so I did so. And so he knows nothing about the name of Jehovah there. He knows nothing about the nomina sacra issue. I mean, it's the name of Jehovah. You put nomina sacra over the names of Lord, God, Jesus, these type of things. Jehovah is like the number one name. And you got the etymology of the name Jehovah. So, yeah.
Confusing, you think about it. Is that not the position that is expressed by a number of King James only advocates? That's Dr. Waite.
Right, that's Dr. Waite's position, but I believe some of the footnotes there represent the Nestle Allen text, and I think that's what he's alluding to.
It represents Greek manuscripts. If there had never been a Nestle or Allen, they would still be there. I happen to agree with your...
Okay, so this is Art Farsted from the New King James, so obviously he knows, he's the one who did this, had 130 guys working with him. So he got a guy who had 130 guys working for him and with him and arguing against an evangelist and a pastor, and Dr. Strauss, who's from the Dean Burgon Society. You know what I mean? Like it's like having The main translator for the New World Translation of the Jehovah's Witnesses argue against a local pastor in your town. Who's going to win? Who's going to look more scholarly? That the deck is stacked. Okay, so I'm going to rewind this a little bit because we want to see what Art Farstead says.
Nestle Allen text, and I think that's what he's alluding to.
And very clearly, the Nestle Allen text is diabolical. And when you read when you read, like, say, Pickering says it's Satan's text. He's a majority text guy, like Art Farstead. I think he's passed away now. But he has written here, since the 1880s, most contemporary, this is the New King James preface. This is the forgotten preface, Since the 1880s, the most contemporary translations of the New Testament have relied upon a relatively few manuscripts discovered chiefly in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Such translations depend primarily on two manuscripts, Codex Vaticanus and Codex Sinaiticus, because of their greater age. The text obtained by using these sources and the related papyri, our most ancient manuscripts, is known as the Alexandrian text. However, some scholars have ground for doubting the faithfulness of Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, since they often disagree with one another, and Sinaiticus exhibits excessive omission. So that's in the preface. So they're saying it's not a good text either. And so I guess scholars would say, well, there's a difference there, where people who believe the Bible, when it's talking about every word, don't add and don't subtract from this, or your part will be taken from the book of life. That's what it says. The Bible says that. Don't add or subtract. When you're concerned about those type of things, it becomes important. Where if you're just doing whatever you want, it's unimportant. When you've seared your mind against that type of thing. And then he goes on to talk about the majority text position that he holds. So let's see what Art Farstead says.
Presents Greek manuscripts. If there had never been a Nestle or Allen, they would still be there.
Okay, so he says those footnotes represent Greek manuscripts, and he says something like there's never been a Nestle or Allen. Okay, so let's see what he says again.
It represents Greek manuscripts. If there had never been a Nestle or Allen, they would still be there.
They would still be there.
It represents Greek manuscripts. If there had never been a Nestle or Allen, they would still be there.
If there had never been a Nestle or an Allen, they would still be there. So what he's saying is the footnotes are representative of Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. Even if Nestle or Allen didn't exist, we would still be talking about these manuscripts. Okay.
I happen to agree with the King James translation, only begotten son. John uses it elsewhere, and it fits better with the idea of begotten.
And beget a God.
Well, I agree. But the thing is,
the word
so that's a very good point. In John chapter 1, verse 18, it has only begotten God. And that was the main reading around this time, because that was the New American Standard Bible, and James White had worked on that. So the only begotten God is one of those places where James White's teachers don't talk about textual variants, don't preach on it at church, just skip over that. And but then he grabs onto John chapter 1 verse 18 and makes a huge ado about it, preaches on it wherever he goes, and also says that the King James is lacking there, and we've sort of omitted a verse that makes Jesus God there. No, it makes him a little God there, like the Jehovah's Witness Bible.
Monogenes probably does not mean begat.
That's right.
Okay, so they're getting into monogenes probably doesn't mean begat. So they, Art Farstead, he's got only begotten. Monogenes, if you were to get in a time machine, go back to the early church and ask a Greek person, what does monogenes mean? They'd say only begotten, if they could speak English. If you were to go to the year 500, the same, 1000, the same, Reformation period, the same. If you go to Greece today and say to someone, what does monogenes mean? Only begotten. But if you ask an Anglo scholar, the Anglo-Sanhedrin, who know better than Greeks, they know better than native Greeks of any age, because, I don't know, I guess they've drunk the critical text Kool-Aid, they know that it doesn't mean only begotten. And you know what amazes me? When you do a study into this, you study all the words and all these places, and their main argument is, well, Abraham had 2 sons. Isaac wasn't his only begotten. But when you read the scriptures, what does God say to Abraham? He says, go and take thine son, thine only begotten. Yeah, of course we know about Ishmael. We know Hagar. We know what happened there. So yes, he wasn't his only begotten son, but God calls him his only begotten son. And it's like, God, you're coming against God here. It just boggles my mind. It's like they don't even read the Bible. They're just stuck in a lexicon. Like, this is what monogenes means, this, and I'm going to prove it. And then you just read the Bible, and God Himself is saying, "Get your son, thine only begotten." I might get that verse up. Every time I say that particular thing, it actually makes me do a backflip. Now, thine only begotten. Exodus 22. Now remember, Ishmael is alive and well, and he said, take now thy son, thine only son, Isaac. So he calls him thine only son. Now, I was saying only begotten, obviously getting a bit carried away there, but he says it's his only son. So the argument that they have against only begotten is that, oh, well, you can't use that because Abraham had 2 sons. But obviously, if he's saying it's your only son, Isaac, yeah, obviously that's how God defines it. So anyway, let's continue. So these guys are sort of, he's brought up the only begotten thing to say, look, I agree with the King James with the only begotten. Dan Wallace has gone, no, because he's written articles against that. So the thing is, Dan Wallace would be against Art Farstead. The thing is, someone like Art Farstead is a King James onlyist. This is the thing. This is what most people don't understand. In James White's book, he's got the 5 King James onlyists. He's part of group number 2. Art Farstead, Zane Hodges, Zane Hodges is mentioned by name as a King James onlyist. But they're not. They're majority text guys, aren't they? But James White, in his categorization, demonizes this guy, says he's a King James onlyist. He would put Gipp there, he'd put Strauss there, he'd put these other guys there. But he puts this guy there as well. And if you had TurretinFan there, he's King James preferred. So he's there as someone who's reading the King James, and he's a King James onlyist as well. This is the thing. I've been in a chat with TurretinFan, Dwayne Green, and proper, TR people, King James people. And I said, the weird thing, James White says we're all King James onlyists. So pretty much everyone who doesn't agree with James White is a cult member. You know what I mean? This is how ridiculous it is. And this is why I'm shocked at, where's Huff will hold up James White's book and say, I read this and I follow this. Where's your discernment, mate? Do you agree with the categorizations at the beginning of the book that put these people into pigeonholes and demonize them all as King James only? Emmett Rivers says James White can't possibly be wrong. So he comes up with these theories that only make sense to him because he has it all figured out. Recension, Lucian, expansion of piety, etc., all against the King James Bible. Yeah, sometimes I've heard James White just make stuff up. It doesn't make any sense. In the Jack Mormon debate, he was asked about George Van Smith, and he didn't even know who he was. So he just waffled on. Jack Mormon knew that he was a Unitarian like a Jehovah's Witness type of guy who worked with Westcott and Hort. He knew straight away. James White didn't know, but he sort of pretended to answer it. And he's like, and that's what James White does, But I'm not saying he's a dummy, but he's just got the wrong information. The whole Revelation 16:5 thing, he's repeated this over and over and over and over for years. And then I've written a book about it and proven him wrong. He hasn't come out and said, hey, this is wrong, that's wrong. But he's doubled down, and his arguments are becoming more and more sloppy.
But many believe that it does, but we won't argue that. But the point is...
No, we won't argue that because he's arguing against his team now, because they don't like only begotten. They like monogenes, meaning unique or one of a kind, because they believe that God gave his unique son or one of a kind son, not his only son.
The marginal note there is just telling people that there are manuscripts which read God
That
there.
challenges the purity of the reader.
But the same thing is done.
Joe Chambers is, hey, I want to say something. I haven't talked for, 30 minutes. It says 2 words and he's talked over. Great moderation there, John Ankerberg.
I've got a gift for you, Joe.
But not on the basis of this.
Well, I've got a gift for you. I'm going to give you the 16:11, and it has those. I'm in Acts, and it says, Acts 3:15, and killed the Prince of Life, whom God hath raised from the dead, whereof we are. And the margin says, or author. The Greek word can mean prince or leader or file. I can't remember if this is the same word in Hebrews or not. I don't have the Greek. Okay. But anyway, in other words, author is another good.
That doesn't seem, though, to be on the same level.
No, that's right. It's not
as when you're talking about an only begotten son or an only begotten God.
I just picked this one at random. In other words, marginal notes do not mean unbelief or wickedness.
So he doesn't want to talk about only begotten son or only begotten God anymore. And who knows, maybe Dan Wallace is just there going, look, don't argue between ourselves because we don't even agree on this. Let's go back to the marginal note thing, like as if Joe Chambers doesn't know about this stuff. He's like, I'll give you a gift because, you're such a dummy. I'll give you a gift. And what did he say? It was in Acts somewhere. So let's look that up.
Yes, sir. I mean, I've been accused of I remember if this is the same word in Hebrews. Can mean God hath raised from the dead. It says, has those. I'm in Acts, and it says, Acts 3:15.
Okay, Acts 3:15. Okay. So you killed the author of life in most modern Bibles. In the King James, you killed the Prince of Life. Okay. Let's see if there's any difference in the Greek. Westcott and Hort. It doesn't seem to be any difference in any of the Greek texts. Okay. The archegon, tes zoes, that looks like the Prince of Life or author of life. So he's saying that they sort of mean the same thing. They're just synonymous. Okay, so let's look here. Yeah, archegon. Looks like it's related to arche, like a ruler. So a ruler. Okay, so here we have the captain. In the King James, it's translated that way. It's translated Jesus, the author and finisher. So that would sort of be the beginning in a context. It could be a leader, someone who's taking lead. So here we have Strong's saying a chief leader, author, captain, or prince. Okay, so it can mean those. Well, that's fine. They're just synonyms. They're not completely different, but obviously, the King James translators went with what they had. Now, the word prince many times would be translated as maybe a governor. A captain is usually a captain of a ship or of a plane, sort of thing. But so let's just look at the King James here. which verse was that? Verse 10. For it became him for whom are all things and by whom are all things, in bringing many sons to glory, to make the captain of their salvation perfect through sufferings. So the captain is the same word. So they have the author, but it is translated in the King James, the author and finisher. So it's exactly the same Greek word. And it just depends on the context of what is actually being said in these contexts. But prince, so you have prince here. Captain is changed to author. Author is the same in those ones. There's not really. I don't know what art fast it is going on about here, but I guess let's look at the parallel New King James and see what's said here. The Prince of Life. Okay, they have the Prince of Life there. Okay, so let's look in their footnotes. I'm just seeing why he's bringing this up. It just seems like a really random thing to bring up. Acts 3:15 in footnotes. So they don't even have a footnote here. It's a bit of a waste of time. 3:15 and kill the Prince of Life. It's exactly what the King James has. Okay, well maybe the 1611 has something like that. 1611, Acts 3. Okay, here we are. Yes, it does have a footnote in the original 1611. So, and kill the Prince of Life, and it has or author, whom God raised from the dead. So it's just a synonym. It's not really a big deal. And that footnote, I can almost guarantee you that if you look back at Reformation Bibles, whether it be in English or in other languages, the concept of author is probably emphasized more in other Bibles, but they've got the Prince of Life here. That's why they've got this here, not just some random tidbit of information, but to show people that this is the reading they're going with, Prince of Life. They believe that that is the best translation to have for the English-speaking people, and it has here or author. So let's maybe go to the Textus Receptus Bibles website, and we'll go to Acts chapter 3, and I'll just see what's written there. Okay, we want to go to the interlinear. $3.15 we're looking at. Acts 3:15. Whoops. It defaulted back. There we go. Yeah, it's already there. 2016, the one that I worked on, Prince of Life, is there. Prince of Life, King James, Blaney, 1611, Prince of Life. Green's has the author of life, okay? Julia E. Smith, author of life. Young's has Prince of Life. Webster's Prince of Life. Bishop's has Lord of Life. Okay, so you can see if someone had grown up with the Bishops or with the Geneva, Lord of Life, they're seeing in the marginal note, it can mean author or it can mean prince. And so, yeah, that's what that Greek word means, you know. Great Bible, Lord of Life. Matthew's Bible, Lord of Life. Coverdale Bible, Prince of Life. Tyndale Bible, Lord of Life. Wycliffe Bible, Maker of Life. And so you can see why they put a marginal note. They've put it in there to let people know it's the Prince of Life or the Author of Life. And that is showing it can mean Lord in a sense of a boss, which can be an author or can be a prince, or it's just someone who's in that type of authority, making at the top of the pile, sort of thing. So the footnote there is very practical. Now, I didn't even go into other TR editions, but or even the Douay Reams. Maybe I can type in Acts 3:15. Douay. Verse 15 says, but the author of life. Notice that's exactly what it says in the Catholic Bible. The author of life. So there you go. That's why they have it. Because some people could have got very confused, and so they've put a footnote there. Very practical. The Douay Reams is saying author. We've got the Prince of Life. It can mean author, but we believe this reading is better suited for the English-speaking people. So that's why we got it there. Praise God. It's not some weird thing. This is what Art Fasted is trying to show Joe Chambers, for some reason. Anyway.
And killed the Prince of Life, whom God hath raised from the dead, whereof we are. And the margin says, or author. The Greek word can mean prince or leader or file. I can't remember if this is the same word in Hebrews or not. I don't have the Greek. But anyway, in other words, author is another good.
That doesn't seem, though, to be on the same level.
No, that's right. It's not
as when you're talking about an only begotten Son or an only begotten God.
I just picked this one at random. In other words, marginal notes do not mean unbelief or wickedness or. I've been accused of a number of heinous crimes that I've never done.
I don't think
not by
that
you.
Gail Ripplinger ever intended, and I can't really speak for her. I'm not here to defend her. Her writing is not perfect. I don't think there are such things as anything perfect but the Bible. So I'm here to defend a perfect Bible, not a perfect Gail Ripplinger. Okay? She's a very precious lady and has done a marvelous job. But you see, I'd rather have a imperfect book by Gail Ripplinger than to have your imperfect Bible.
Well,
that's very, very important.
But isn't that just a preference?
You know what Mrs. Ripplinger said? I saw this on TV after, I believe.
So Joe Chambers was invited to be the substitute for Gail Ripplinger because Gail Ripplinger refused to be there. And I'm pretty sure they asked D.A. Waite to be there, but he wanted equal time, like a proper debate, which they do call it a debate. He wanted equal time, and he's actually a good debater. So he would go, for 1 minute, and someone else would go for a minute, that type of thing, where he knew that this was just to show that even Ankerberg, he's a biased moderator, and he probably would have brought that up and said, you're not moderating properly. The moderator needs to be unbiased. So they didn't have D.A. Waite, they didn't have Ripplinger. So they've invited Joe Chambers on in her place. And he's like, look, she's, and the thing is too, when you bring out information like what's being brought out, I guess it's like, I'm just thinking there were some people in the Vietnam War who were protesting and saying, hey, we shouldn't be in this war. It's immoral. What are we doing in Vietnam, for crying out loud? So many people died, Americans, Australians, it's a horror story. And there were protesters. Now, were those protesters many times liberal hippies, smoking joints? And yeah, they weren't perfect, but they actually had within what they were saying, they were actually saying something that was true. And so this is one of the things Ripplinger was saying a whole bunch of fluff and some stuff that's really strange and weird and silly. But she also was saying stuff that was true. And so, and I think Joe Chambers is very clear, like, hey, I'm not defending her, but what she said needs to be said. And so Bible Highlighter is back. Emmett Rivers says Farstead is getting back to the marginal readings in order to avoid the monogenes definition. I see the relief in the other guys about the attention due to monogenes in John 1:18, a curveball. Yes. You can sort of see that they're like, look, we're trying to demonize these King James guys. Let's not get into what you think and what I think. Let's not split hairs here. But it is a big issue, and many people point out that monogenes doesn't mean unique. Monodikos means unique. Monogenes means only begotten.
I believe Dr. James Price, our Old Testament Hebrew professor, wrote to her a very gracious letter. He lives here in Chattanooga. He's a very lovely Christian. And I think that her response was from his letter. I can't prove that, but it was soon after. And James was good enough to put it on my answering machine. So when I came home, I turned on the machine, and there was Gail Ruckman. And she said this: I have since found out that some of the translators, this is a direct quote, I have since found out that some of the translators of the New King James are sweet and godly men, end quote. And she went on to say, but I want to be fair. We were deceived. We didn't know what we were going to produce, and then there it is. And I worked with these sweet and godly men, and she's right on that. But it's not true that we were deceived. We opened every meeting in prayer, a devout spiritual group who loved the Lord and also loved the King James.
Like, I really dislike these subjective type of things. We all prayed. If you go to a Jehovah's Witness thing, they're going to pray. You know what I mean? The Mormons will pray. The Catholics will pray. Anyone will. It doesn't mean that you're right, sort of thing. If you've got 130 people there working on the New King James, surely there's going to be the odd one here and there that you're looking sideways at. I mean, anyway. So
there's a lady that has written a book that you probably have heard about. She has written this book.
Okay, so this was hot off the press. I think it was written like a couple of years before. So Gail Riplinger's book, she talks a lot about the occult, talks a lot about Gnostic type of things, going back to Madame Blavatsky and all sorts of things, saying it's New Age stuff. So pretty much, if you've ever heard of Texe Marrs, when Gail Riplinger writes, it's almost like she's got Texe Marrs there, dictating, you should write this, she should write that. And the thing is, with Texe Marrs, like as weird as he might appear, sometimes he gets things right. He's stuff on Kinsey and many other things that a lot of people are only cottoning on to now, and he was talking about it in the 90s. And I've often liked it to like an Alex Jones type of thing, So Alex Jones, obviously he'll say things that are pretty wild and outlandish, and you don't agree with it, but it's like, well, he said this other thing and it's correct, But if you're saying everything, I'd just say, for example, if I was to just change this channel into a political channel, and I was just to tell you every conspiracy that I've ever heard in the last 20 years, some of it would be true and some of it would be proven true. But it doesn't mean that I've got some special gifting or whatever. Some of what Gail has said is ridiculous. Some of what Sam Gibbs says is cringy. Some of what Ruckman has said is silly. Some of what D.A. Waite has said, I'm like, why are you saying that? Like D.A. Waite used to, because I've listened to a lot of his material, he would say things like the New King James is deceptive, it's diabolical, it's disastrous, it's denigrating, and he had like a whole bunch of D words to describe something he didn't like. And I remember it was actually Joe Chambers had invited him on his program, and he said all these D words, and even Joe Chambers said, I'm not really following why you've said that. but he used to say it all the time. It was part of his, sermons or teachings on the Bible issue. And I still to this day can't figure it out. I don't know why D.A. Waite used to say the numbers. He'd say there's like I'm just making this number up, like 720,000 words in the Bible, but only 413 changes from the 1611 to the 1769. And I'm like, no, that's you got 416 or whatever, 423 changes or whatever, but that word can appear 1,000 times. So that's not the way that you get numbers and put them together and evaluate them. Of course, if it's a word that appears 1,000 times, then it's 1,400. You know what I mean? It's just he's comparing chalk and cheese there, and I don't know why he used to do that. It didn't really help his case. I saw a strip through it straight away and went, that's a weird comparison. And every time he'd say it, I'd just think, well, he needs to really tidy that issue up. But apart from that, he said lots and lots of good things. Like 95% of what he said is good. But then it goes down the scale. So I would say D.A. Waite was the probably one of the better ones saying all this stuff. Someone like Will Kinney, I would say he's, saying 95% good stuff. It's that 5% that me and Will, and we're pretty open with each other. I'm not a Calvinist. He is, he pulls me over the coals every now and then for not being so. And there's certain things, numerology and stuff like that. But apart from that, when I read through his stuff, I'm like, yeah, I agree with that. KJV Today guy, I would put him up there with 98% agreement with everything. But when it comes to someone like Al Rippling, I'm like 80% agreement. And sometimes, I haven't read all of the material either. Sometimes I read a material and I'm like, I'm bringing that down to 60%, But she was saying a lot of the same things other people were saying, but just adding this whole conspiratorial, there's a boogeyman in every closet. You open the door and there's James White with the upside down crucifix. He's about to stab you, or whatever. And it's sort of weird, Ruckman. I listen to his stuff. Some of it's just inaccurate. He just doesn't have a sophisticated argument where other people have a more sophisticated argument. And usually, too, these are all in different camps that throw rocks at each other. So the Ruckmanites would throw rocks at the Dean Burgon guys. Instead of just really, the Ruckmanites should have really learnt from the Dean Burgon guys. But oftentimes they just double down. We don't look at the Greek. It's like, okay, we'll remain ignorant then. What can you say? We don't use dictionaries. It's like, well, that's going to help you. Okay, and then you ask them, what does this word mean? And they're like, oh, and they make something up, and it doesn't mean that. And it's the Ruckmanite thing is further down the scale. And so, but yeah, I don't have to agree with any of them. They're just people who have an apologetic against this juggernaut of the Bible industrial complex that's turned up on the scene. And sometimes they're saying correct things, sometimes they're saying incorrect things, sometimes they're saying correct things but in the wrong way, with the added little bonus conspiracy theory on the side that I don't agree with.
New Age Bible versions. And on the front of the cover there, she says it's an exhaustive documentation exposing the message, men, and manuscripts moving mankind to the Antichrist's one world religion. If you follow the arrow of the dragon down, she says it's the new case against the NIV, the New King James, and the New American Standard Bible, plus a group of the other modern translations. And I have the general editors of those Bibles right here. And gentlemen, I'd like you to respond. And Dr. Joe Chambers is also representing Gale, so he'll kind of take your response. Don Wilkins, you're representing the New American Standard Bible. And Gale, in her book, she groups all of you together, and she says that the new translations, NAS, NIV, New King James, have an occult bent to them. They introduce New Age philosophies into the church. They spread mysticism and liberalism, and line by line they are changing the face of Jesus Christ and Christianity. Now, the people that read this book, it appears to them that she has a mountain of documentation to back up what she has said. What do you think about the evidence and the documentation in this book?
Well, first of all, that book, I'm losing my voice.
There it is.
Need a little water here
Right on
first
camera,
here.
Look at
All right, hold on. We'll pick it up there when he gets his voice. Yeah.
Happened right there.
that. There it is. There's documented right there, bro.
Okay.
It's coming back.
Hold on. All right, you all ready? Try it out.
Hi. I think I'm all right now.
All right. All right, so we'll pick it up right there. All right, you ready? Okay. What do you think about the evidence and the documentation that she has produced?
Well, let me tell you that when this book came out,
And so the whole losing your voice thing is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And this, where is it? Like, say, for example, this book, Serious Omissions in the NIV. Now, this is written in 1999 by Keith Piper. Keith is a fundamentalist Baptist here in Australia, and some of his books are very helpful. Some of it I don't agree with. You know, he's a cessationist. I'm not. He's sometimes got some different ideas on certain, Baptist things that I wouldn't agree with. But most of the time, it's like, okay, we're sort of fundamentalists, where we're heading in the same sort of direction. And when it comes to something like this, he has invaluable little charts and things like that. I'll just show you one. Like, say, like this, New King James versus King James, just showing you where there's omissions and things like that, and things changed and all the rest of it. Now, some of them are important, some of them aren't. But at least he's got that information there, like men, brethren, and fathers. Why do they omit men there? It's in the Greek. It's omission from the Textus Receptus. Actually, that would be a good thing for me to put into my website. I think I might have it. But he has a whole section on why did 6 translators lose their voices, okay? And it just became this huge thing. Like, I used to hear people talking about it. It's like, yeah, they lost their voice. It's the judgment of God. And I'm like, really? So they talk about Kenneth Taylor. Now, Kenneth Taylor said that he believed it was like some sort of psychological self-punishment for tampering with the Word of God, which was in Time magazine. Philip Schaff, apparently he lost his voice at the end of his life. Tregeggles, Westcott, J.B. Phillips, and then they've got Don Wilkins. So this is the guy here. Now, to even have to deal with this it's to me, this is one of the kookiest, weirdest, silliest things. Now, the thing is, King James, if you read biographies of him, his tongue would swell in his mouth, so it would stick out like that. So I guess it's the judgment of God, You've got lots of the King James translators. I mean, who was it? I can't remember his name, but he actually shot someone by accident. They went hunting and he shot them dead. I think it might have even been he shot them with an arrow and they died. I'm thinking of Abbott. Anyway, he was like one of the main guys, and so I guess he's cursed of God. You could just make up a story about everyone. I mean, and in those days, like, how did Erasmus die? I don't know. Could have choked on his own vomit or something. Some of these guys died peacefully, some of them didn't. But do we, that's where they've got this list, and it's like, okay, well, does it say that they're going to lose their voice? Now, I did mention this one time before, and it was John the Baptist, father, Zacchaeus. Zachariah, he was mute for like the whole 9 months pregnancy of his wife, okay? But this whole concept of just, picking certain people in history who are on the other side and saying, well, they had this type of ailment. We could pick people on our side and say, well, they've got this type of ailment. They died of cancer, or they died of throat cancer, or they, we could, I don't know. It just seems weird. It seems kooky. It's very subjective, Now, he's written here, Don Wilkins, head, and he says head of the New King James Version Committee, clearly says he is translator from the New American Standard, so he's not the head of the New King James, was asked on the John Ankerberg show in 1995 on a pre-recorded television debate between 5 modern version scholars and 3 KJV scholars, is it true that 5 modern version scholars lost their voice as a punishment from God for altering God's word? Wilkins opened his mouth to answer, but no sound came out, no voice. He kept trying to clear his throat, but he couldn't respond. Wilkins screeched almost inaudibly, I've lost my voice. A shocked Ankerberg ordered the cameras to stop, but Dr. Chambers, a KJV advocate, protested, the cameras should record exactly what happened here. But Ankerberg insisted on cutting out that embarrassing section and going to public broadcast due to his anti-KJV bias. So that's from Texe Marrs, Flashpoint Ministries, October 1995, etc. So because it comes from Texe Marrs, I'd have to say there's probably a little bit of embellishment there. But the thing is, Don Wilkins, listen to him. So apparently this has already happened, and this is afterwards, okay? So has he actually lost his voice, or did he just go, So let's check.
The Lockman.
When he gets
A little water.
documentation to back up what she...
Apparently they were talking about the lost voice thing. At that time, he was like, I've lost my voice, and then gets his act together, has a sip of water, and then he's fine. And I mean, is this the judgment of God? Or just someone, you're on camera, you could be nervous, And the thing is, too, the critical text guys have just paraded this as just the biggest joke. And it's like, I mean, usually when God curses someone, Ananias and Sapphira, they didn't just have a glass of water and were fine, that they died. Herod, it says an angel of the Lord struck him and he died. Now, history says it took him about 2 years to die. He was eaten by parasites. He's eaten by worms and he died. Usually when God curses someone, it's a big thing. Everyone knows it's not questionable. Just listen to Don Wilkins. This is after this has all happened. Do you think that he's actually lost his voice? Listen to this.
He has said, what do you think about the evidence and the documentation in this book?
Well, first of all, that book. Oh, I'm losing my voice. Need a little water here
Right
first.
on camera.
There.
Look at that.
All right, hold on. We'll pick it up there when he gets his voice. Yep.
It happened right there.
There it is. There's documented right there, bro.
Okay.
It's coming back.
Hold on. All right, you all ready? Try it out.
Hi. I think I'm all right now.
All right. So we'll pick it up right there. All right. You ready? Okay. What do you think about the evidence and the documentation that she has produced?
Well, let me tell you that when this book came out, the Lockman Foundation, we realized that we had to respond to it eventually.
So has he lost his voice? I mean, if God was going to make him lose his voice, wouldn't you think that for the rest of the program, his mouth would be shut, Okay, so I'm just looking at some of these articles. Okay. Now, apparently there is a video that someone said to me, have you seen the video that was released by Sam Gipp? Okay, so I'm going to open this one.
Did anyone think it was really true that some translators had lost their voice, gone insane, or died prematurely? You know, I think this would have been an excellent time for someone in the debate to point out that when Dr. Wilkins coughed, this was another demonstration of God's judgment. But when I asked this question, here was the response. Listen. Gail Ripplinger, in her book, New Age Bible Versions, accuses the new translations of watering down the deity of Christ and other doctrines in the Bible. And another thing, we're going to get to some of the verses here, another thing that she says that we have meant to pick up is this, that the editors of the NASB, NIV, and New King James, as a result of their working and thinking, 5 have lost their voices, 1 has gone insane, another died prematurely. Do you know anything about that, Ken?
Speaking for the NIV translators and editors, I know of no NIV translator or editor who has lost his voice, gone insane, or died prematurely.
All right, let's go to you, Jim. You're on New King James Version. Has anybody gone insane, died prematurely, or lost their voice?
You mean Art?
Art, I'm sorry.
No, no one. We're all still kicking.
Don, NASB, got anybody that's lost their voice, gone insane, died prematurely?
I've obviously not lost my voice. And, no, everybody I know is just fine.
Joe, what do you make about that then?
Well, to begin with, I want to know how they figured out whether anybody died prematurely or not. That would take
that's a good
decision of God, not man. But I will give you some evidence of men who have been involved in translations, who had difficulty in speech. The story of Kenneth Taylor is certainly known and vivid.
Living
Time
Bible.
magazine quoted, let me
Living
finish.
Bible.
July 1972, mysteriously, halfway through the paraphrase, Taylor lost his voice and still speaks in a hoarse whisper. A psychiatrist who examined him suggested that the voice failure was Taylor's psychological self-punishment for tampering with what he believed to be the Word of God. Time magazine, July 1972.
Yeah, but then shouldn't she have said Living Bible and not put all the New Age versions?
She did say Living Bible.
Yeah, she did there, but in these others, she says it's the new versions, the translators of the new versions.
That's right.
Well, you understand, when you talk about translation of the new version, the Living Bible is a takeoff of ASV, which NASB is a takeoff of ASV. Of course, you can go to Phillips, J.P. Phillips. His story is incredible of what happened to him.
How would you guys respond to
Dr.
this?
Chambers, let me ask you something. John Reynolds, you know who John Reynolds was? He was really the person behind the King James Version. He was a great Puritan scholar. He died during the translation of the King James Version. If we use Gail Ripplinger's reasoning in your own, doesn't that tell us something about the King James Version?
The story of Ken Taylor
No.
specifically is tied to that.
Dying. There are people died during the translation of the King James.
And
so
she
it doesn't
doesn't
mean
suggest
anything in regards to the King James, but if it were to happen on the NASB or the NIV, then somehow it would be invested with meaning.
It's that double standard.
And see what I mean? It's just so subjective.
That I was referring to
Let me say
before.
this. I personally never make that charge because
I'm
all right,
glad.
because there is. I mean, you know, if she makes it and documents it, you know, that's her thing. I don't make that. I don't really need it. All right, so I just want to know that that is not.
All right, let's move on. But I just wanted to get
I agree with
that these guys, in terms of their Bibles, don't know anything about what she's talking about, and it hasn't happened.
Okay. So that seems like the missing part, you know what I mean? And then we've got, this happening.
Documentation in this book.
Well, first of all, that book. No, I'm losing my voice. Need a little water here first. Here.
Look at that.
All right, hold on. We'll pick it up there when he gets his voice. Yeah.
It seems like he's trolling them. You know what I mean? like watch this again. He's trolling the King James guys, and
Look at that.
All right,
Losing my voice.
in this book.
Well, first of all, that book. No, I'm losing my voice. Need a little water here
Right on
first.
camera.
Here.
Look at that.
All right, hold on. We'll just
okay. Gibb says something here.
this book.
Well, first of all, that book. No, I'm losing my voice. Need a little water here
Right on
first.
camera.
Here.
Look at that.
Sam Gibb said, right on camera. Look at that. Obviously, he's trolling him. Like, seriously, if someone was saying, hey, you Textus Receptus guys, you know, you're going to have epileptic fits, you know, I'd be like, hang on, you know, like you'd be mocking it. It seems like he's mocking it, doesn't it? Like, these guys know each other. They're like, you know, high school kids sitting around like joking about this sort of stuff, and it does seem like that, doesn't it?
All right, hold on. We'll pick it up there when he gets his voice. Yep.
It's happening right there.
There it is. There's documented right there, bro.
And it seems like Gip's like, yeah, it's documented. There you go.
Okay.
It's coming back.
Hold on. All right, you all ready? Try it out.
Hi. I think I'm all right now.
All right. All right, so we'll pick it up right there. All right, you ready? Okay. What do you think about the evidence and the documentation that she has produced?
Well, let me tell you that when this book came out, the Lockman Foundation, we realized that we had to respond to it eventually, that it was getting around and people were starting to make phone calls and ask questions and things like that. And so we spent 6 weeks going through it, or at least going through parts of it. I think she said she spent 6 years working on it, and frankly, we didn't feel like we had that kind of time to go through that.
What did you find?
We found, what I personally found is that virtually everything she says is wrong, or a misquotation, or it's a deliberate deception of people, misleading them about what facts there are.
What do you think of her documentation?
I think it's ridiculous. It's careless. It is full of holes. Everything I've seen in Ripplinger's book, virtually everything she says is either a misquotation or a misleading of the truth of people. And I'll give you a good example. She focuses in on, among other things, on Westcott and Hort, and these were fine men of the church, fine Christians.
No, they weren't. They love to say that, but I'll let him finish his thought, and then I'll go through some of these comments.
Christian men who together put together the text.
Does it sound like his voice is lost? You know what I mean? That's where I'm just like, guys, stop with the cringy, weird, you know, Texe Marrs-y, you know, a demon came in the room sort of thing.
Text that, as it's evolved in our use of it, has become the text that most of us use, and we think it's the best manuscripts. She says, she quotes his son, who wrote a biography about Westcott, as saying, Westcott's son writes of his father's lifelong faith in what, for lack of a better name, one must call spiritualism. And this is page 407 of the New Age. Now, I looked at the books. I looked at the actual biographies that that the sons wrote for each of their fathers. And what he actually said is, what happened to this guild, he's talking about a club that his father was in the end, I have not discovered. My father ceased to interest himself in these matters, not altogether, I believe, from want of faith in what, for lack of a better name, one must call spiritualism, but because he was seriously convinced that such investigations led to no good. And what he actually said was that his father dropped out of it because, in large part, of his lack of faith in spiritualism. Ripplinger completely leaves that out and makes it say that he had a lifelong faith in spiritualism. That's just the opposite of what was true, and it's a deliberate misstatement of the facts.
Okay, so I think I've gone to 105, so we've gone for like 15 minutes all up here. But I've nearly gone for 4 hours, so I'm going to clean up some of these comments and questions and things. Now, one thing I'll just say with that is when the Textual Confidence Collective came around with Mark Ward, and they're like, we're going to defend Westcott and Hort, they basically had to admit that they were involved with seances. And it was around the same time that he realized the Textus Receptus was a vile text, and they were going to overthrow the Textus Receptus. So during the time that they got that solidified in their mind, they were involved with the occult. And that was admitted by Mark Ward, Tim Berg, that they had to admit that. And I think it was only like 1 or 2 times they admitted that they'd gone to seances and things like that. But it's like around that same time, he was saying that the vile Textus Receptus, it's based only on a few manuscripts. We have better documents, you know, and he was young and he was impressionable, and he all of a sudden got this concept that he had to overthrow the Textus Receptus, and that became his lifelong goal. So it's not like, well, they always just every morning they woke up, had their brekkie and did the Ouija board or something. It's like, well, No, that there were certain pivotal points in their life where they were involved with this type of thing, and it affected them. And so now, how that's read usually in New Age Bible versions or Texe Marrs type of things. I mean, Texe Marrs thinks that a star, a 5-pointed star, is evil. I mean, God made starfish that are 5-pointed. He made 6-pointed. He made 7-pointed, 8-pointed. They're not evil. A shape is not evil. It's how someone uses that shape. Okay, so when I hear Candace Owens say Morocco's evil because it's got a 5-pointed star on their flag, I'm like, no, that's kooky. That's weird. That's silly. I'm not saying everything she says is kooky, weird, or silly, but I'm saying that is. And so there is a kookiness in the King James groups, in King James only camps. 5-pointed star is demonic. A triangle is from Satan. It's a shape. Like, why isn't a square evil? Maybe it is somewhere, to some people. Obviously the swastika, it means, like, when I go to an Indian restaurant and I see swastikas everywhere, I'm like, well, that's their good luck symbol. Hitler used it differently, didn't he? And it means something different to people in the West. And so, just having a 5-pointed star or whatever, this type of weird, kooky stuff, I'm not into. So Bible Highlighter says, there are New Age teachings in modern Bibles, but it is not the majority of the corrupt doctrines. Yeah, and I think one has to understand New Age as well, because I'm not sure if, like, some people read into everything, like I was saying about a shape. Like Texe Marrs would say a circle is Project Lucid, Lucifer's identification system. They're going to bring in the mark of the beast. And the mark of the beast is going to come. And when Y2K came around, he's like, they're going to bring in the mark and all this. And then it didn't happen. And so he just was quiet about it and talked about something else. It's like almost like rapture. Well, he wasn't predicting the rapture because he's post-trib. Him and Joe Chambers actually did shows together about the last days. And halfway through, they had to cancel it because Joe Chambers realized he didn't believe in the rapture. And so, quite interesting. But he was basically, the Y2K thing was pretty much a prediction with a lot of those type of guys. But anyway, Bible Highlighter says, yes, not all changes are going to change a person's faith, though it is wrong to change the word. Yes, absolutely. Emmett Rivers says, Brother Nick, I was wondering if you've done a video on gender neutrality in modern Bibles. Why don't the critical text advocates follow the critical text but render pronouns with gender inclusion language? So I've done a few videos. If you go back probably in the last year or so, I've done videos on Mollenkott, Virginia Mollenkott. It might just be one video actually, where I go into the accusations about her involvement with the NIV. But then I talk about something which I believe was way more important, was the book that she helped write, which basically is the groundwork for all other modern Bibles from the 1980s onwards to be gender inclusive, to not talk about issues of same sex and things like that, and redefining terms. And so we see this with Jennifer Knust and the new Revised Standard Version edition that she's brought out, this type of thing. And so, so I do talk about it probably at length in that video. So I think if you watch that one, you would go, yeah, I do show a lot of web pages and source documents that you can go to and you can look at and you can go, there is basically a handbook that she helped write. There were a bunch of other people as well, which is basically showing modern versions, like say the NIV 2011 edition, how to be gender inclusive. Mark Goff says the argument somewhere in this debate is no major doctrines are changed. NAR is changing doctrines based on new translations, interjecting themselves instead of Christ, New Age. Yes, the Passion Translation by Brian Simmons. I went and saw Brian Simmons in Brisbane here. Someone invited me along and said he's doing a Bible translation. And at the time, it was Song of Solomon. He'd only done that, so he wasn't really that famous. But then the NAR groups picked up on it. And that church service was people rolling around, falling over, the whole, the holy roller circus thing was happening. And so I just sat down the back and listened carefully to what he had to say. And I didn't really get much out of it. Paula White, NAR, teaches Jesus is not the only begotten, as did TBN and many other NAR. Yes. What they do is they actually take a very good scriptural concept that when we become born again, we become one with Christ. Even Jesus is praying this. I and the Father are one. Let them become one just as we are one. So he's talking about this type of thing, a oneness with Christ, that we become like Christ. Okay. But we become like Christ. He had humbled himself and become a man. So there were limitations to what he could do. Like, he didn't just float off the ground and have laser beams coming out of his eyes and, lightning out of his fingers. And he was a man. He limited himself to what men can do. And so, yes, there's supernatural elements to what he was doing, but he was very limited in he was God, but he was in the flesh, and talks about that type of limitation in Philippians chapter 2. He didn't consider it robbery to be equal with God, but made himself of no reputation. And so he had humbled himself. He could have called down 12 legions of angels, but he didn't, So this is the type of thing where that's a good, healthy understanding of who you are in Christ. In Christ, you and Christ are equal. You can, there's many things that Jesus has that you have now because you're married, you're the bride of Christ, you and him have become one flesh and all that type of thing. And there's a whole teaching about that, which is very good and very healthy. But what they do, they take it a step further. They don't want to just be like Christ. They want to be like God the Father. God the Father, in a sense of God, or even God the Son before the incarnation, or the Holy Spirit before the incarnation. I shouldn't say Holy Spirit before the Son before the incarnation, but they want to be like the Holy Spirit in a sense of they can create universes. And that's what the whole word of faith thing is. Blab it and grab it. Just say, let there be light. You can do that. You are God. This type of thing. It's like, no, you become a Christian like Christ. You're limited in that. Not, hey, it's unlimited. I'm like God. Hey, whatever I say is decreed. Whatever I say is from God. It's like, no, you have limitations. And this is where the NAR movement has just gone berserk with the false teachings of Kenneth Copeland, Kenneth Hagin, Bethel Church, and all the rest of it. And but it's good to understand that, because sometimes what people do is they throw the baby out with the bathwater. We are the bride of Christ. We become one flesh with him. And so there's a whole study on that, which you should really get into. But then there is that word of faith stuff, which is you've become one with God, and you can create a universe if you want. You can speak out and create a planet. It's like, that's not what Jesus was doing. Jesus was doing practical things that the disciples could follow later on and go, okay, what did Jesus do? Well, he preached to these people, he healed them, he did this. So they would just copy exactly what he did. They weren't just floating off the ground. They weren't just, creating a universe. That's the NAR is out of control with that. They don't have any parameters in those issues. Bible highlighter says the pattern of 3 plus it aligns with scripture. Philip Schaff, Kenneth Taylor, SP Tregellis. For me, the word of God does come to pass in what it says. I guess the thing is, when I watch through that, I don't see anyone losing their voice. In fact, I see he was mocking them to get a reaction, and then they've all gone, can you believe they were saying that I lost my voice? Like, I would do that as a joke. Like, if they were saying, King James people have lost their voice, I'd be like, hang on, guys, and Sam Gipp's like, we got it on camera. Oh my gosh, and I'm there going, this is ridiculous. Like, he's mocking. He didn't lose his voice. He kept speaking. I'm like, so anyway, that whole thing to me is just not, it's not good. So anyway, but a monetary loss for a few seconds to clear your throat is not a loss of a momentary loss for a few seconds. Yes, it's not a loss of one's voice. I absolutely agreed, Bible Hilo, good point. I look at patterns of evidence to confirm things, yes. But we do have to be careful with some KJV only arguments. Some of the KJV only arguments, we've got to elevate the debate, because there are King James only people who just say, just like with the creation issue, people are saying things that are easily debunked, easily disproven, and they think that they're defending creationism. There's many topics out there. I've heard people defend the pre-trib rapture, and I'm like, man, that's the worst defense. I would never use that. And in this arena, there's just a lot of people who are lay people who have had an argumentation or who've had a platform and they've said things, and it's just simply, it's cringy. It's not true. We've just got to move on from there. And this whole losing the voice thing, to me, it's just, it comes from the Ankerberg thing. Well, actually, it does come from Gail Ricklinger saying that about Kenneth Taylor and all the rest of it. But I think these guys are actually mocking that. And in mocking it, what they're doing, people who think that is a genuine loss of a voice, and like I said, Keith Piper is writing it in his book because Texe Marrs has it in there. I mean, it just makes someone look really silly. It's like, like this morning, there's a guy in Papua New Guinea, and he puts up a picture of these soldiers in Iraq, American soldiers in Iraq, sitting on these piles of gold that are in these dumpsters. And I just said to him, it's fake news, bro. And he said it was, they stole it all from Libya. I said, well, actually, it came from Iraq, and it was completely debunked. I remember at the time people talking about it, like, is this real? Have they robbed the Iraqi people of all their gold? And I don't know, maybe they did do that, but definitely those pictures, they were fake, in a sense where the pictures weren't fake, the objects, it wasn't just dumpsters of gold sitting in the middle of nowhere. And so I wrote to him and said this, and he deleted the whole thing off his timeline. And I'm glad he did, because he's a nice guy, but they're just sometimes people can have a propensity to gravitate towards things that are just simply untrue. And when you keep saying the things that you say that are true, people don't know whether they're true because they've seen this kooky, weird thing that you've said, and they're like, well, you've said this weird thing. How can I trust what you're saying elsewhere? So that's why we've got to be really careful with what we say, and we've got to, dot our T's. I've lost my voice. Hang on. We've got to dot our I's and cross our T's. All right, I think it's time for me to go. Well, that was the last comment. And so I've been 4 hours and 10 minutes. I didn't go 5 hours. I'm sure Jonathan Burris has watched the whole thing all the way through, and he's upset that I didn't talk about him the whole time. But what can I do? I'm going to have a sip of water because I've lost my voice. So, yeah, that, and to me, too, that's also a distraction. I remember when James White was debating D.A. Waite, and they're having quite a good conversation, but then Texe Marrs rang up in the middle of it on this radio show and ended up just talking and just saying a bunch of weird stuff that I knew D.A. Waite probably was cringing about or wasn't into. And then James White was debating with Texe Marrs, and it just looks so weird. It was like it just destroyed the continuity of everything. And when you look up until this point, that like they're talking about marginal nodes, they're talking about things, And it's like some of them are good, have good answers, some of them don't. They're talking about only begotten. They're bringing these subjects up, but then it's like, let's talk about the voice. And like, to me, that Don Wilkins guy was mocking them because they're asking the question. He's like, I can't breathe, and having a sip of water, and then he goes on and talks. Like, I would do that. I mean, just put yourself back in high school when you're around your friends and you're mocking everyone, and you just, you would do that type of thing. I could see myself doing that in that type of situation and just having a good laugh about it. And so it does look really weird that Sam Gipp, and I guess what I'll do too is from this, I guess this week, I'll try and find footage of Sam Gipp talking about that incident, because I know Don Wilkins, he's been interviewed about that as well. I'm pretty sure, I can't remember who it was. Someone interviewed him, asked him specifically about that, and he just said it was just a ridiculous thing. But it didn't make the King James guys look scholarly at all. It made them look like weird, kooky, just gullible people, So anyway, I think I should play my little outro. What else have I got here? Nothing else that I need to talk about. We went through quite a lot, and I'll let you guys get on with your lives and enjoy your weekend. And that's it.